This is it, the grand finale. Everything Naruto fought for unity, peace, and the future comes down to this moment. The final battle, the final decision, and the birth of a new shinobi era. Get ready, this ending will shake the entire world. Namikaze Minato was seen by everyone that had met him as a level-headed man, thoughtful and cool in temperament. However, I hadn't been the only one left in a bad mood after their last fight. Minato himself also had plenty of problems with how things ended. While I had never touched him with any attack during the battle. Nothing Minato had done to the man in return had fazed him. The thought of hitting with a Rasengan and him shrugging it off as though he had tripped over a root and fallen over stuck with Minato for days after the fact. Despite being an even-tempered man, Minato didn't get to where he was by sitting idle and remaining complacent. He needed solutions, and to that end, it was often a wise move to seek counsel. There was only one man whose opinion he oftentimes sought out above all others, so he loaded up on sake and sent a message via the toads for permission to hang out on Mt. Myoboku. There wasn't a particular reason for it. The mountain just made for good drinking ambiance. And something that went well with drinking was griping. Seriously, sensei, Minato sighed, bemoaning his now empty cup. I have no idea what to do with the guy. Jiraiya chuckled and poured another drink for his student. Have Naruto get the Kyuubi to shoot a Bijudama at him. See if that works, he said, offering the cup to Minato. Minato accepted the drink but frowned at what he'd perceived as Jiraiya kidding around. That's not as funny as you think it is, you know. I'm not even joking that much, Jiraiya said, shaking his head and taking a sip as he thought on what knowledge he could offer that would help. Lightning armor. That's what the last A used. The last A? Minato questioned. Jiraiya shrugged. They like to pass down names in the Alpha clan. A goes to the leader, he explained succinctly. This guy is the last A's son. Minato hummed thoughtfully. I didn't think their leadership was patriarchal. Oh, it isn't. That's how good this new A must be if he was still able to take it anyway, Jiraiya said before getting back on track. Anywho, the last A, he used lightning armor too. The last time the Alpha clan ventured this far south, the Senju clan tried to stop him. And they did, Minato specified. He remembered the build-up to this, though he'd had nothing to do with it when the time came. The Senju clan pushed them back. Sure, it only took 3 days and 3 nights for one man, Jiraiya said patronizingly. One man stood up to an army 10,000 strong, alone, to cover a rout. By then, the Senju were desperate to push any advantage they could get over the Alpha clan, so you can imagine how rabid they were to nip things in the bud when they had the chance. Minato silently drank his sake as he thought to himself. He was considered absurdly powerful, but whenever he heard old stories about legendary figures of the past, some of their feats didn't seem real. Granted, given the right circumstances, he felt that he himself could have had a fighting chance at dealing with an army on his own, but that didn't make it any less remarkable that someone else actually had done it. And now the son of the man who had nearly taken the great clans by storm were moving south again, and in an example of the worst timing possible, Minato's fledgling little villa. GE was in the buffer state between the destination, Hai no Kuni, and the origin, Kaminari no Kuni. All right, Minato said, rising to his feet, I'm probably going to have to fight that guy again, sooner rather than later. Time to run through some ideas to crack that armor. Come on, sensei. Training time. While training every day to keep up one's skills was good and could result in gradual improvement over time, there was nothing like a dedicated intense training camp to provide a significant boost in a short period. Jiraiya looked up at the blonde man strangely. You want to train now? But I've got a pretty good buzz going. In fact, Minato was further along on that front than Jiraiya was. Exactly. If we can make any of my stupid combat ideas work out while we're drunk, then they'll definitely work when I'm sober. Jiraiya eyed the container of alcohol resting innocently nearby. So, does that mean I can bring the rest of the sake? He asked, wrapping his hand tightly around the drink. Bring the rest? Minato parroted questioningly. He picked up the sake and gave it a shake, frowning at the lack of contents within. we're probably going to need to get more. We're going to be here for a while. An oft-forgotten and overlooked aspect of the Toad Hermit style of ninjutsu training and sparring drunk. With Naruto no Kuni unnamed allied shinobi village. Chiyuya, Tenten, and Shino sat with Naruto as he took Kanako for lunch in town. Older brother that he was, he let the little girl sit in his lap, bouncing her on his knee. While Shino and Tenten were accustomed to the sight of Naruto doting on his young sibling, it was still new for Chiyuya. She hadn't yet adjusted to how adorable she found Kanako and had to make a concerted effort to keep from cooing over it out loud. She had a reputation to maintain. After all, or, in this case, being new in town, she had a reputation to establish. Seriously, Chiyuya said, shaking her head in disbelief, people think that guy is some kind of monster. You should hear the new one about him, Tenten said. New one, new rumor, Shino commented. What does Tenten mean? Of course, it's been going around that Red Scar, Naru. To defeated two Jinchuriki at the same time, both of them entailed beast mode, without transforming himself. Tenten rolled her eyes, which, how does anyone even know about that? It just happened the other day. That's triple BS, Chiyuya replied instantly, having seen the look on Naruto's face as he'd stopped eating upon hearing his friends talk about him. Naruto nodded in confirmation. Yeah, I definitely had to transform. He said, before realizing that hadn't been the most egregious part of this particular rumor. Oh, and I didn't beat them both. It was kind of a draw. At that, Tenten perked up, a large grin on her face. Which is why we're planning to go out again. Time for Jinchuriki boot camp. Just like old times. At that, Naruto and Shino shared a fist bump. Chiyuya found herself intrigued at the provocative-sounding happening, which involves what? Naruto couldn't help but share his oldest friend's enthusiasm for the concept of Jinchuriki boot camp. Every time we did this, Ero Sennin had me throw around as much of Kurama's chakra as I could in a safe place until I started figuring out how it worked. Those had been good times. It was an excuse for heavy-duty aiming with extreme potential for destruction, and not just for him. Tenten and Shino had even gotten in on it in the past. Even if it had been rough going, it had always been a good time. What could be more fun to an adolescent shinobi than roughing it for weeks at a time and spending all day every day creating horrifying explosions? Chiyuya, however, was far from impressed. That's it? The musically inclined Kunoichi asked. Naruto nodded in confirmation, along with Tenten and Shino. Yeah, huh. Given who Chiyuya was dealing with, she had expected so much more, and found herself sorely disappointed. Okay, better idea. She offered. We already know the Alpha clan had Jinchuriki before you were ever even born, right? Well, what are the chances that they were the first? What? Naruto said. It took a concerted effort from Chiyuya to censor herself in front of Kanako. This friggin' idea of sticking big chakra monsters into people didn't just come out of nowhere. Who did it before anybody else? She asked, making Naruto pause in thought. We tried this before, Tenten said. We went up to the mountains where the Sarutobi clan keep their records. We pored over whatever we could find in that place. We didn't find anything relevant. Then go somewhere else, Chiyuya reasoned, not backing down from her point. A difficult proposal, Shino said. Why? Because the Sarutobi clan has the deepest records on everything in the elemental nations. Then we don't look at records, Naruto interjected, having had enough time to really think on what Chiyuya had said. She was an outside perspective, and maybe just what was needed to move forward. Guys, I think we've got to go back. Like, way back. We can do this. We've just got to think outside of the box. Tenten cringed. I don't like the way you said that. You're not going to like the idea either, Naruto said, preparing his best friend for what was to come out of his mouth next. We've gotta talk to the Senju. Tenten reacted exactly how Naruto expected her to. As in, not well, as using Kurama's chakra frying your brain. She gave him a hard swat on the arm. You want to talk to the people who probably want you dead more than anyone else. Naruto rubbed the now sore area where Tenten made contact. There's a pretty good chance the Uchiha want me dead just as bad. I could have suggested we go talk to them, he offered in his own defense. I said, probably. Tenten asserted, you can't be serious. This is such a bad idea. The last time I checked, a bad idea is better than no idea, Naruto said. And how do you suggest we carry out this bad idea? Contrary to Tenten's expectations, Naruto did in fact have what one could loosely consider a plan of action. Well, Dad said he ran into a senju yesterday in the town we went to. We could start there. Quote, his suggestion did little to change his oldest friend's mind on the matter. That was yesterday, and it was before you fought a giant monster battle nearby. Tenten pointed out, who knows where they could be now? Where even are we? Sakura asked as she followed her mentor's lead through a village that hadn't been on the map. Naoki figured he would do his sister a favor on his way home and scope out the most recent change to the region, the village that had popped up out of nowhere. Well, not exactly nowhere. But it had never been notable enough of a location to show up on most maps. Unless they were extremely localized. Not until now, when the population jumped 10 times over in a matter of weeks, and traffic coming through increased exponentially. I dunno. This place never had a name before, Naoki said, taking in everything he saw around them. With the number of different shinobi around, freelancers and clan affiliated, it made the place Ace seem more like a neutral outpost town than one that was aligned with ninja, pretty peaceful for a village inhabited by a bunch of different clans. As interesting as he found it, Sakura found it intimidating. The senju had no shortage of enemies, and there was no telling who among them was just walking around for a day out. Can we please just go home now? Sakura begged Naoki. We are going home, Naoki insisted. We're just passing through. No big deal. Just passing through. Those sounded like famous last words if Sakura had ever heard them. Damn her sensei and his inquisitive nature. While she was also curious, her survival instincts overrode her desire to learn in this case. But it would be fine. She was level-headed, and Naoki was an experienced, powerful shinobi who was well versed in diplomacy. If something went wrong, they could probably talk their way out of it. Everything would be fine. Oh, hey, it's the girl with the pink hair that threw a water tower at me. Sack. Ura cringed at the sound of a voice she had gotten to know very recently. Hey, pink girl. Hey. Sakura slowly turned to find Red Scar, Uzumaki Naruto waving to her from a lunch bar. Naoki gave Sakura a pat on the back that knocked her off balance. You made friends with Namikaze's boy. That's great. Why didn't you tell me? He said, before walking over to mingle. Oi. Remember me? From the Kukuzu thing. Long time. No see, kid. Is that Senju Naoki? The bun-haired girl sitting with Naruto asked. Sakura groaned, dragging a hand down her face as she followed. It had been a very awkward day of travel for the Uchiha brothers. The adage, keep your friends close and your enemies closer, had been one Sasuke had heard countless times during his life, but he'd never had to face it quite so directly. Danzo and his contingent hadn't done anything threatening since they had first run across each other. The nameless shinobi in blank masks obediently walked in formation, Danzo at their center. Still, Sasuke couldn't help but feel trepidation in the old man's presence. Mostly because Itachi, normally always calm and collected, seemed to be on edge. Most who didn't know Itachi wouldn't have been able to tell. But Sasuke had been around him for as long as he'd been alive. While his face held the same impassive expression that it normally did and his body language gave nothing away, Sasuke could notice a different cadence to his breathing. As far as Itachi went, that was the equivalent of sweating bullets from a normal person. If Uchiha Itachi was concerned about something, it meant that there was trouble. What do you want, Shimura-san? Itachi asked. Tiring of whatever game Danzo was playing, I doubt we simply crossed paths out of the blue. You aren't the kind of man to allow such a meeting to be left to chance. Astute. As expected, Uchiha-san, Danzo said, though both brothers doubted the authenticity of the compliment. You are right in the assumption that I wished to speak with you. Whatever business Danzo had with his clan, Itachi wanted to expedite his interaction with the man. I can take whatever message you wish to carry to my father. You can trust in that. Danzo shook his head, frowning in disappointment. No, and such a misunderstanding right after I complimented you. Or maybe you were intentionally being obtuse. Sasuke would have been quick to come to his brother's defense at the poorly concealed slight, had Itachi not physically grabbed onto him to shut him down. Whatever you would like me to do for you, my cooperation ends at carrying a message. Even if it would benefit the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan will decide what benefits the Uchiha clan. And are you not being groomed to lead the Uchiha clan? Again, that is not your concern, Itachi said. Sasuke noticed that his older brother seemed to have come close to the breaking point of his patience. You have been traveling in our shadow for a day. As accommodating as I have been, we're nearing the heart of our clan's territory, and I cannot permit you go much farther. If you have business with my father, please, inform me of the details. If you have business with me, please, inform me of the details. Sasuke prepared for combat as Danzo's entourage seemed coiled to leap to their master's defense. A raise of Danzo's hand kept anything from happening beyond that point. The Uchiha are cornerstones of the society we have built as a whole, Danzo said. There are things in motion that would threaten that society. I am trying to get in front of these things, but I need allies. He brandished a micro-scroll from within his shirt and displayed it for the brothers to see. Take this to your father. In it, he will find the means to reach out to me, if he is so inclined. Sasuke looked at the old man in disbelief. You had to follow us for a full day just for that. I wished to gather the measure of the next generation, Danzo said as he threw the scroll to Ida. Kai-en turned to leave with his bodyguards. I had high hopes, but every generation that follows never fails to disappoint me more than the last. With that, he vanished in a shunshin, leaving Itachi and Sasuke alone to continue on their way home. Still wary, however, the siblings waited until they were certain he was gone before speaking again, all the while keeping an eye out. What did that mean? Sasuke asked. I know it was an insult, but... Itachi shook his head. Danzo is a man stuck in the past. If he had it his way, every year would be 50 years ago. There are few things men like that fear more than progress. They resent the future, and what it means for them and their contributions. He gazed at the scroll in his hand, contemplating burning it then and there. But that was above his station. After all, it was a message meant for the clan head. Whether he was the man's son or not, he lacked the authority to dictate whether or not it was worth his time. Danzo's honeyed words would reach Uchiha Fugaku. Itachi just hoped his father was wise enough to note the poison that was undoubtedly hidden within. With Naruto no Kuni unnamed allied shinobi village. As much true, BLE as Sakura had expected her time around Naruto Uzumaki and his ilk to be, she and her sensei had shared a pretty peaceful lunch with them. It was still odd to think about the variety of shinobi she found herself sitting with coming together for anything more than a momentary joining of forces, but between Uzumaki, the Aburame boy, and the two clanless girls, everything seemed genuinely copacetic. They seemed to all trust each other. Specifically, they all seemed to trust Naruto. Naoki was right. This was interesting. It seemed like a microcosm of what Minato Namikaze had been championing for the better part of 2 decades. Whatever positive opinions she'd been forming, however, took a backseat once she heard what Naruto requested of Naoki. You can't be serious, Sakura said. You want to meet with Tsunade-sama. Tenten rested her cheek in her hand. That's what I'm saying, she said. Naruto, if you want a Senju clan bigwig to be the one to kill you, I'm pretty sure Naoki could use that notch in his belt instead. Naoki downed some of his drink before spinning in his seat to Naruto, the one that had originally brought the topic up. I get where you're coming from, kid. And, you're actually on the right track if you want to talk to her about Jinchuriki. But you might just wind up opening some sensitive doors if you want to go that route. I'd say it'd probably be best to let certain sleeping dogs lie. But that'd make me a real hypocrite. Sakura could tell when Naoki was hedging toward one decision or another, and didn't like the way he was leaning on this one. Sensei. You can't seriously be thinking about letting him see Tsunade-sama. Why not? You worried about her? Naoki scoffed before addressing Naruto again. No offense, but 9 tails inside of you or not, my sister would probably paste you. Quote, it doesn't matter. Naruto insisted, I've got a lot of things I want to ask. If she wants to try and put me down the way she's wanted to for years, I'm willing to take that chance. Oh, don't be so dramatic, Naoki said with a roll of his eyes, I can get her to meet with you. Naruto felt he had gotten what he'd wanted far too easily. What's the catch? Naoki took a moment to savor his drink again, knowing that what he would have to say next would go over poorly. You have to go alone. The rest of Naruto's party began to make a fuss. Even stoic Shino's hive began to buzz at the idea. Hey, he's gotta ride it like that. That's just how it has to go. Why? Shino, of all people, hyped up to ask. Because she isn't going to come to meet him. So I've got to take him into our clan realm, Naoki said as he began to explain. Just him traveling by himself through our lands is still going to freak everybody out. Him with backup, you're gonna be shadowed by raiders all the way through just waiting for a chance, even if I'm there. Remember, kid, you've got a bounty. At that, Chiyuya perked up. Golden Boy has a bounty? She asked, ousing to think before following up with another important question, what's it up to? Tenten was quick to admonish the musical kunoichi, Chiyuya. What? Chiyuya defended. That's a fair question. It's not like I'm looking to cash in. I hang out with the guy. I'm just wondering how much heat he gets on a regular basis. Naoki brushed past the two girls arguing, instead focusing solely on Naruto. I'm just telling you what's what. She won't parley with you unless you're alone. And she actually does hate your dad, so she definitely won't let you near without taking a swing at you if you bring him. He stopped to reevaluate when he realized that probably wouldn't sell the boy on the terms. If it helps, I'll guarantee that I won't let her lay a finger on you. Tenten couldn't help but be skeptical. You'll fight your own sister to keep Naruto safe. Naoki smirked at her. You say that like I haven't gone a few rounds with her before. But it won't come to that. I know past history Babli hasn't left the best impression on you, but sis is more reasonable than you think. One didn't become head of one of the 2 most powerful shinobi clans in the elemental nations by being solely bullheaded and violent. They had to possess a certain shrewdness, in order for them to navigate the shark tank of clan politics and the give and take of inter-clan interactions. And what do we have to give you in return? Shino coolly asked. Why? Because I cannot imagine a favor of this magnitude being done for us without proper compensation. Naoki spun in his chair, leaning his back against the bar. We can talk about that after we get your boy back home safely. He didn't intend to make any plans until it was certain he could actually bring him back. I hope you know what you're getting yourself into, Uzumaki. Naruto grinned at the man in return. Oh, don't worry. I'm pretty sure I don't. Northwestern Mountain Range Sarutobi Clan Archives. The stronghold of the Sarutobi Clan stood at the top of a gorgeous mountain range with a pristine view of the lowlands through the clouds. The sight of this much was enough of a reason for explorers and adventurers to scale the heights that would bring them there. There were also the human-friendly monkeys that could be found running around all over, big attractions for those who enjoyed wildlife. Not for Mitarashi Anko, however. Immeasurable stores of knowledge kept on site weren't much incentive for her either. Going to the library is not my idea of a romantic getaway, Scarecrow, Anko complained as she and Kakashi walked. Over a bridge connecting one mountain peak to another, can't sweep a girl off her feet with a good book. At that, Kakashi scoffed, somewhat offended, given his own pastimes. You absolutely can. Anyway, we didn't come here to catch up on our reading. I need to speak to someone. I thought we were trying to pin down Danzo so we could introduce him to the Shinigami, and there certainly was a low T of legwork when it came to accomplishing this task. And the last thing we learned about him was his presence in the Fire Daimyo's capital. Kakashi said, "We're here looking for a guardian ninja." Anko's brow furrowed in confusion. Didn't Jiraiya and the village kids take them down? She knew for a fact that Fu had taken out her share back when that attack had occurred. They didn't kill all of them, Kakashi pointed out. Anko rolled her eyes. Well, yeah, obviously that Kabuto kid survived. But that was because he flipped sides, right? All bodies were accounted for with the exception of 2, Kakashi said. The ninja monk Chiraku, and Sarutobi Asuma. The latter of which shared his surname with the clan territory they currently found themselves in, and were just waltzing into the guy's home in the hopes that he's here. Anko asked, where else would he go? Back to the Fire Daimyo. Why? There's nothing to go back to. The guardian ninja were annihilated, Kakashi said. Besides, if it was me. After losing everything like that, even if I did plan on going back, I'd find a place to take a little personal time first. Anko didn't say anything to follow up. Her gaze simply lingered on Kakashi from behind as he continued to lead the way. The more time she spent around him, the more he would give her a glimpse into why he was the way he was. But just a glimpse. Anytime she tried to dig a little deeper, he would close ranks on himself and shut her out. After knowing him for years and traveling with him on this mission to find and kill Danzo, she still didn't know anything about High past other than the fact that he had been working with Namikaze for a long time. At first, she just wanted to know more about Kakashi out of the general curiosity that came with being a ninja. The man was mysterious and seemed to revel in it. But the more time she spent around him, the more it seemed like Kakashi seemed to guard his past desperately. Was there some great tragedy? Some great shame? Was he hiding an identity from a different life? Whatever it was, it had made him a shuffling corpse of a man who only seemed to find purpose in his life when he was forced to fight for it. Engrossed in these thoughts, Anko almost ran into Kakashi's back when he came to a sudden stop. Peering around him, she saw him focused on a blue-haired woman in a backless black dress gazing out from the edge of a cliff. As if she felt the attention on her, the woman turned around, her amber eyes narrowing at the sight of them. Hatake Kakashi. This a friend of yours? Anko asked under her breath. Kakashi would have rather been torn apart by his own summons. Not particularly, he replied. This is Conan. So, you know of me, Conan said. Kakashi shrugged. I'm very familiar with you from that time you tried to kill my students. There was a bite in the end of his tone. Scarecrow, come on, Anko urged. If we held grudges against everyone that tried to kill us once or twice, we'd be right where the Senju and the Uchiha are. I know, Kakashi said, we're all professionals here. I only hold grudges when it's something personal. Conan folded her arms against her chest. They should be able to take care of themselves. They're shinobi, Kakashi. They were 10. Oh, Conan turned away, turning her attention back to the view. That's the time you're talking about. Implying that there was another, more recent time that Kakashi had not been present for. Kakashi bit down the feeling of anger that initially welled up in him. Obviously, she had failed in that venture as well. What are you doing here, Conan? Quote. Conan sounded bored in her reply. Why does anyone come here, Kakashi? For information and understanding. I shudder to think what interests you enough to come all the way here to study. A ghost of a smile flitted across Conan's face. Not me. Kakashi immediately realized what that meant. Nagato is here. Conan slowly walked over to Kakashi and Anko, reaching out to place a hand on the former's face while the latter bristled. Don't look so scared, Kakashi. No harm will come to you in this place. After all, this is neutral ground. With that, she walked past them. Anko sneered at Conan's back as she departed. I don't like her, she confided in Kakashi. Not our problem, unfortunately, Kakashi sighed. Even if it was, he didn't necessarily want to risk tangling with Nagato without ample reason. Come on. We're already looking for someone. Hino Kuni Senju clan headquarters. With Naruto in tow, Naoki's travel speed picked up from a leisurely saunter to a brisk pace. One that Sakura would have even considered fast. In all her time with Naoki, he never traveled quickly unless there was a need for it. For a man that loved to take his time when out and about. It was a measure of how seriously he took having Naruto along with them that he insisted they make good time in returning home. Despite Naruto's amiability with her and her sensei, Sakura still found herself mistrusting of him. While Naoki was confident in his ability to handle things if relations with Naruto turned south, he was still a Jinchuriki, and thus was more a few notches higher than Sakura considered herself equipped to handle in a serious fight. His potential for destruction also put Senju clan installations at risk, but as long as Naoki took responsibility for anything Naruto got up to while he was with them, Sakura could live with his presence. Alright, you two, I've got a report to sis, and hopefully soften her up to meet with Uzumaki-san. He said before giving directions to his apprentice, Sakura, be a dear and keep our guest company. Sakura let out an unholy screech, indignant at her sensei's order. You want me to watch him? She asked. What the hell am I supposed to do if he goes all-tailed beast in the middle of the compound? Hey, Naruto tried to defend, I don't do stuff like that in public. Usually. Naoki rolled his eyes. Honestly, the way the girl carried on sometimes, it would be easy to overlook the fact that both he and Tsunade had trained her. You punch him in the face and call in the 2,000 other shinobi we have wandering around the place. Not that he will, he said, sending an apologetic look Naruto's way. Besides, you're not meant to protect this place from him. You're protecting him from the others in this place. Don't let anyone attack him. Sakura wanted to ask Naoki just who he thought that would be stupid enough to try anything on Naruto. But then her brain started working properly. ND informed her that enough people had tried in the past that he wound up getting his reputation in the first place. She didn't put it past any hotshot Senju clan up-and-comers who saw and recognized Naruto to gather and try to take a shot at him. This was how Naruto and Sakura found themselves sitting on a bench along a footpath in a scenic park that led to the clan head's castle. Sakura kept plenty of space between them while she took the downtime to check over the back catalog of some of the recent findings she and Naoki had made. Naruto had wanted to be friendly with the girl, but it meant that she didn't have the time to learn to like him. That was fine. As off-putting as it was, they hadn't exactly had the greatest first meeting, even if his reputation hadn't already preceded him. Besides, he had his share of friends that he didn't need to go scrounging around for more. At least Sakura wasn't openly hostile. As they sat, there was no shortage of passers-by that came through, all of them taking note of him. Some looked scared and hurried past, while others fixed him with spiteful glares. It was all the usual standard fare whenever he lingered in places where people would know of him. Being in Mizu no Kuni hadn't been fun, but at least he hadn't had to deal with the notoriety of his status while he had been there. The only thing that hadn't happened yet was the armed posse coming to try and impose on him. Right on cue, however, several Senju clan shinobi approached, some Naruto recalled having seen already walk by. One young man with a bandana over his head adorned with the Senju clan emblem seemed to be the leader, as he was the only one with the temerity to step forward. He sneered at Naruto, the corner of his mouth marred with a jagged scar. Long since used to this game, Naruto stared impassively at him, unblinking with his blue eyes, as deep, cold, and crushing as the ocean waters surrounding his home island. The interloper blinked first. They always did. Instead, he focused his attention on Sakura, who hadn't bothered to even look up from the journal she busied herself with writing in. Who's this, Haruno? Didn't know you had time for a boyfriend. With all of that bookworming you have to get up to, he taunted. Sakura didn't rise to the bait. This is Uzumaki Naruto, she replied matter-of-factly. I'm pretty sure you knew that already before you walked up. Yeah, we know, a female member of the clan said. What the hell is he doing here? Sakura clicked her tongue and shook her head. Now, you see, that's a question for Naoki-sensei. After all, I'm just the bookworm. The first young man opened his mouth again when Sakura interrupted him. 2 things before you start again. 1. He's Naoki-sensei's guest. What would attacking him say about the Senju clan's word? Just because Naoki-sama brought him here doesn't. Sakura kept speaking, bulldozing right through whatever weak response she was about to be met with. 2. That's Naruto of the Nine Tails. Naruto waved at them listlessly for emphasis. Half of you are shaking in your boots just standing here, and you haven't even seen what I have from him. We've heard the stories. One of the other Senju shouted before remembering that Naruto was right there. They continued to regard him warily. We were figuring you would jump in to help. Sakura raised her eyebrow as if to ask if they were serious. At the risk of sounding redundant, she started. 1. He's Naoki-sensei's guest. 2. That's Naruto of the Nine Tails. From there, she continued listing more. 3. He's just sitting there. If anything happens, it's because you started it. And 4. You treat me like crap. That last one's pretty important. With that, Sakura picked up her things and went her own way. Naruto looked between her and the amassed Senju clan shinobi before following after her. It didn't take long for him to catch up. Sakura hardly regarded his presence and kept walking. Thanks, Naruto said, smiling at her. It was rarer than he'd like that things were nipped in the bud so cleanly. Don't thank me, Sakura replied. Best case scenario if you wind up fighting them, we ISS off Namikaze Minato because those idiots kill you. Worst case scenario, you paint the park with their guts, the rest of the clan jumps in to try and take you down, and that makes it worse. The Agmatic way Sakura reasoned for defending him wiped the smile from Naruto's face. Reasons for speaking up for him aside, that she did it at all was still worth something to him, so they treat you bad? Naruto asked, trying to make conversation. You're Naoki's apprentice. You don't work with them. Sakura stopped walking and pursed her lips. Sensei usually works alone, or he did until he started dragging me along, so no. I was mentored by the clan leader's brother. I get to work with him hands-on, and I got extra training from the clan head herself to make sure I could keep up with Sensei in the field. A wry smile came to her face. There isn't a drop of Senju blood in me. So, I hope you can see why they wouldn't be fans of me. She was an affiliate shinobi, far better off than a freelancer that was outsourced dangerous. Low-paying work, yet still meant to be a tributary to the Senju clan. She was little different from one of the clans that fell under the Senju's umbrella. However, she was an outsider that had been granted training and opportunities that few others of her generation had. At best, some received advanced medical instruction from Tsunade. No one other than Sakura, though, had ever been trained by Naoki at all. That grated against a good number of Senju who felt they were better equipped or more deserving of the position. It made her a bit of an outcast in her own regard. Sakura didn't seem to have many friends among the clan she was meant to serve. He had yet to see anyone so much as greet her in passing. He had originally thought it had to do with his presence. But now that didn't seem to be the case. Naruto hummed in understanding. That sucks. Yeah, it does, Sakura sighed. What's it to you though? Why would you care? Naruto chuckled. We don't have the time. And you don't care enough to hear why. But trust me when I say, I kinda understand. And if Minato had taught Naruto anything since they had reunited with each other years ago, it was strength and control wouldn't end war as they knew it. It would be understanding. If nothing else, getting to talk with Tsunade would at least give him a chance to understand just why it was so awful for him to be a Jinchuriki. According to the old powers, Kuni unnamed allied shinobi village. After a week or so of hanging around and getting acquainted with the place, Chiyuya would admit to herself that she did enjoy being on the mainland. Only to herself though. There was no way she would admit to being content to anyone else around her. She reserved the right to complain at any and all times. Still, the villages she had seen thus far were cleaner and safer than anything she had gotten accustomed to in Kuni. The people were definitely more pleasant. She could walk the Eats without worrying about having to look over her shoulder, lest she find a blade slipped into her back. Of course, just because the people were friendlier, that didn't mean that she was in a mood to be more pleasant. Come on, you need to meet more people, Tenten insisted, having stopped by Tayuya's home to impose upon her. Naruto had sealed up Tayuya's houseboat for transport. Upon arriving on the mainland, he'd told her to pick a spot before unsealing it and having the boat portion submerged underground. Now, it was just a house. She was the first amongst them to have a place of her own. Tenten still lived out of the hotel in the village with Naruto's family, and Shino would be residing with his clan when they arrived en masse. Unbeknownst to Tayuya, the fact that she had her OWN place meant that Tenten had plans to use it as the standard meeting place in the immediate future. For the time being though, she was trying to motivate Tayuya to come hang out with her and others. It was proving to be a less than successful effort. I don't need to do anything, Buns, a resistant Tayuya remarked, leaning on the front railing of her home. You, Golden Boy, and Cream Puff are all the friends I need. I do like the bug guy though. Man of few words. I appreciate that. Having tagged along with Tenten, Shino nodded and gestured Tayuya's way appreciatively. I don't get why you're being so antisocial, Tenten said. It's just going to be a party. You like to drink. You like to run your mouth. Seems right up your alley. At that, Shino chose to chime in, I would not paint Yuya-san with such a broad brush. Not everyone who seems sociable excels in public situations. And bug guy goes up another notch in my books, Tayuya smirked. Please don't encourage her, Tenten asked. Ed of Shino before focusing back on Tayuya, I just want you to feel comfortable here. Tayuya regarded Tenten closely before sighing. While she had drifted closer to Naruto than to anyone else, Tenten was easily her closest female friend. I'm just not used to this shit, you know. I keep expecting the worst out of the fuckers around here, but everyone just seems to want to be left in peace. It's weird. Living there had her fighting against every instinct she had been forcefully ingrained with from years of dealing with cutthroats in Mizu no Kuni. It was an adjustment that she could safely saw. Why she wasn't anywhere close to comfortable with just yet. Of course, Shino said with a shrug. Why, you ask? Because that is the point of Minato-sama's idea, to bring the clans together, no more wars between them. Hence the party. Tenten continued. All the old heads used to fighting each other are gonna have a harder time adjusting to everything than younger people like us. We're just trying to get everybody acquainted, you know. Quote. Tayuya grinned, finally seeing Tenten's scheme for the evening. So, that's what it is. You're enlisting me for community outreach. Tenten wasn't ashamed at her scheme being laid bare. It's worth a try. Besides, we're closer to peace now than anyone else has been since the Sage of Six Paths days, at least as far as we know. Never gonna happen, Tayuya totted skeptically before considering Tenten's proposal in a new light, but I guess it could be funny seeing how awkward this party's gonna be. After a moment of consideration, she changed her mind. Why the hell not, Buns? I'd love to be there to watch this whole thing blow up in your face. With Naruto High no Kuni Senju clan headquarters. When Naoki arrived to retrieve Naruto, informing him that the meeting with Tsunade was a go, Naruto felt a weight settle in his stomach. Nerves that hadn't been there before suddenly appeared. The entire way to the main castle where Tsunade awaited, Naruto's brain swam with all kinds of thoughts and insecurities. This was the leader of arguably the most powerful shinobi clan in the world. This was a woman whose word basically declared him an outlaw to most of the ninja world. And now he was to come face to face with her. Hey, are you listening? Naoki jostled Naruto upon realizing that the teenager hadn't been listening to his instructions for quite some time. I'm trying to make sure sis doesn't eat you alive in there. Naruto rolled his eyes. It wasn't like he planned on hammering out a treaty. I'm not here to negotiate anything with her. I just wanna ask some questions. Information is currency, kid, Naoki said. She isn't going to come off of anything without a good reason for it. I'll be sitting in to make sure things don't get heated. But don't expect any backup from me. As cordial as Naoki was being, he was still a high-ranking member of the Senju clan. He wouldn't have much of a stake in any of Naruto's interest, and if something went down, he would obviously side with his own flesh and blood. Once inside the castle proper, Naoki led Naruto to a garden in the center of the stronghold where he saw a lone woman standing on a bridge over a man-made stream. Her back was turned as the pair approached. Once they reached the bridge, Naoki stopped and nudged Naruto forward. Swallowing down whatever nerves he had, Naruto carefully approached. Making sure his footsteps were easily heard, he stopped directly behind the woman and stood in place, waiting to be acknowledged. It wasn't immediate. It took some time, in fact. As he waited, Naruto contemplated if she expected him to bow or something. He scoffed inside of his own head. If that was her expectation, they would be standing there in silence for quite some time. So, Tsunade eventually said, still keeping her back to Naruto as she leaned on the railing of the bridge, "You're him. The Jinchuriki boy." Naruto pursed his lips before taking Tsunade's initiation of conversation as an invitation. He stepped forward next to her, leaning on the railing similarly, in the flesh. Tsunade gazed at him from her side, her brown eyes appraising the young man that had been a headache for her more than once over the years. You have some of your father's more striking features, but you look more like your mother," she observed. "That's good. I'm not much of a fan of your father." "That's what they tell me," Naruto said with a small smile, "though, I guess you aren't much of a fan of me either." At that, he turned the tables, taking a close look at Tsunade to the point where she felt the need to point it out. "Well," she asked, amused, "did you find whatever you were looking for just now?" Naruto didn't answer at first, instead squinting his eyes and pursing his lips. "Just taking it all in, really. Never thought you'd get this far, did you?" Tsunade said. Naruto shook his head. "It wasn't that. When I agreed to this, to try and talk to you, I didn't think about how I would feel when I saw you," he said. "Hey, it's kinda wild that for someone who had a lot to do with my life taking a hard left turn, I had no idea what you even looked like until 30 seconds ago." Tsunade chuckled. "That's normally how it goes, kid. Think about it like this: I've been public enemy number 1 to the Uchiha clan for over 20 years now. In that time, how many of them do you think have ever seen me who've lived to tell about it? How many of them even know what I look like?" She asked rhetorically. "The best most of them have is an outdated picture from a hand-me-down bingo book." Quote, Naruto found himself amazed that he was having a cordial conversation with someone as powerful as Senju Tsunade. "For someone who wants me dead, you're really not as testy as I thought you'd be. I didn't think you would want to talk to me at all. Naoki made it seem like you'd kill me the second I got close. And you still got within arm's reach," Tsunade said, looking Naoki's way. She grinned as her brother tried to ignore the fact that he could hear every word being said between the two. "If I had a problem with you being here, you'd have seen my dear brother go flying out of one of these towers." "So, why?" Naruto asked. "Why'd you push Nagato into having me killed? Why'd you send that hitman with the wood jutsu after me?" "It's nothing personal." "Sure feels personal." With Tsunade not answering Naruto's question, and Naruto not moving the conversation elsewhere, the two fell into silence until Tsunade did so herself. "Naoki tells me you took on the Alpha clan not too long ago." "Yeah, the other day," Naruto said. "They have Jinchuriki. They have for at least 30 years. An expression of severity formed on Tsunade's face. "That line up with the end of the last time they invaded South," she muttered under her breath. "Really has been building up for decades, just to make another push." Naruto shook his head. "I didn't come to talk about the Alpha clan." "Well, not just the Alpha clan." "Oh, really?" Tsunade asked with a raised brow. "Well, what would you like to discuss?" "I'm all ears." Naruto took a breath. In all the time he had been traveling and waiting, he hadn't settled on a way to approach Tsunade on what he wanted. He had nothing to give her that he could guarantee. The only thing he could do was start talking and work things out as he went along. Not the best plan, but he didn't fancy himself much of a politician to begin with. The Jinchuriki I fought, they have better control than me, Naruto said, I guess. It's because they've had way more time to figure it out, but if they're gonna attack again, I don't have years to close the gap. Tsunade narrowed her eyes at Naruto. What does that have to do with me? The Senju clan is one of the oldest clans there are, Naruto said. You have to have something on Jinchuriki or tailed beasts, or something, anything. The Sarutobi clan are the scribes, not us, Tsunade said. Trying to pass Naruto's focus elsewhere. We tried them, Naruto replied, we tried them years ago. They didn't have anything we could use. Then there's nothing, Tsunade said far too quickly. Naruto gave the Senju clan head an incredulous look. Just because they have the most info doesn't mean they have all of it. Or do you really think I'm stupid enough to think you actual L? Why let them have access to the good stuff? The stocks of gathered knowledge the Sarutobi clan had amassed was staggering. They possessed the finest library in all of the elemental nations, but they knew only what they were able to gain access to. Keeping secrets was part and parcel of being a shinobi. There was no chance that any shinobi clan would make all of their knowledge available. There were too many things any would wish to keep secret, things they would work harder to keep concealed than others. Clan techniques, controversial history, etc. Then why do you think I would share anything more with you? Tsunade asked. Naruto licked his lips to buy himself time to push down his nerves before coming forward with his trump card, because we're related, aren't we? Tsunade's frosty demeanor gave way to amusement. Oh, so you know we're cousins, do you? Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah, Senju and Uzumaki have got blood ties from way back, and blah blah blah. At that, Tsunade's expression softened. They're actually closer than you think. Does the name Uzumaki Mito mean anything to you? Naruto took a moment to think about it. Even though he hadn't been very well liked in his childhood, he had known all of the people important enough that he needed to know. I don't remember anyone like that from Uzu. That's because she left your home a long time before you were born to marry Senju Hashirama, Tsunade said. Uzumaki Mito is my grandmother. She smiled at the resulting expression on Naruto's face. See? Not so distant. Naruto didn't know how to respond. That's neat. But what does that have to do with what I asked you? Tsunade walked past Naruto, arms folded under her ample bosom. She innovated the concept of what we now call Jinchuriki as we know it. She is also the one who forbade it. Uzumaki Mito had been a powerful kunoichi and influential enough that the rest of the shinobi world listened to her decree, even the Uchiha. For a time, at least. Naruto placed a hand on his own stomach. The place where his seal was positioned. Is she the reason why everyone says we're an abomination? Tsunade let out a sigh. She never used terms like that to describe them. That was just what people wound up believing over time. She turned and glanced at Naruto over her shoulder. Jinchuriki have the potential to bring a great many terrible things upon the elemental nations. You hold within you the power to destabilize everything that we know. That's already happening. Naruto deadpanned, one way or another. Tsunade snorted. You're telling me. Either the Uchiha are going to kill us all, or the Alpha clan are going to absorb everything around them, or your father's hair-brained scheme is going to be the end of us all. Naruto clicked his tongue at the jab against his father. I have a question. Knowing she had struck a nerve, Tsunade smirked. Another one. Well, aren't you just the most curious kid I've ever met? Naruto ignored her attempts to patronize him. Do you like the way things are? He asked. Like what now? Tsunade replied. Naruto gestured flippantly. You know, all of the killing, and the dying, and the fighting, a war that's been going on since the Sage of Six Paths died. He stopped and tilted his head curiously. Do you even know why the Senju and Uchiha started fighting anyway? The word, business, had been on the tip of Tsunade's tongue. But that couldn't have been right. The only competition for work they had these days was competition they actively sought out in order to hurt the other's bottom line. The more she thought about it, The more she realized that no one had ever given her a reason as to where the bad blood had originally come from. It was just the way things had always been, and she had accepted it as such as a child. Now, as an adult, this meant she lacked the answers. It doesn't matter anymore. Reasons change. And Namikaze Minato is a fool, she insulted to cover her own ignorance. Naruto bared his teeth. Why? Because he wants to stop all of this. Tsunade didn't back down against a child raising his voice, Jinchuriki or not, because better men than him have already tried. They tried and they failed. She shouted back, if you want to stand there and say your father is a better shinobi, a better man, than Senju Hashirama, who tried to make peace with Uchiha Madara and was betrayed, parley be damned. Naoki better be ready to step over here to cover your ass now. There was a hot-headed, reactionary part of Naruto that desperately wanted to square up with Tsunade, good idea or not, BU. He'd had diplomacy and de-escalation drilled into his head for the last few years. Besides, Naruto knew he took more offense to slights against Minato than the man did himself. If Tsunade had insulted him face to face, he would have laughed it off. Naruto wasn't Minato's attack dog. Minato had said so himself. If he needed to be defended, he could do it himself. Betrayed how? Naruto asked after things had seemed to calm down. I'm never gonna understand where you're coming from if I don't know what you're talking about. Tsunade didn't answer, instead choosing to turn the tables on Naruto, since you're so full of questions. Brat, I've got one for you. What do you think is going to happen if your father's little clan alliance plan works out? Naruto frowned and squinted his eyes. Everyone involved stops fighting each other. We all start working together and, he stopped when Tsunade started to laugh. What's so funny? Tsunade's fit of humor passed quickly enough. I know you have. To be pretty idealistic to buy into this whole thing, but you can't possibly think it's going to be that simple. Of course, I don't, Naruto defended. He didn't know everything about how things were going to work. But he trusted his father. His mother believed in him wholeheartedly, and he had managed to convince many powerful people that clans coming together were the way of the future. It's not gonna be simple or easy. But it's worth a shot if we can maybe end all of these wars. Tsunade shook her head. That's not going to end the wars. All it's going to do is change the nature of war as we know it. Your father won't create peace. He's going to push the world into new caverns of violence, she said, not intentionally, but the rest of the world will have to get creative. Who's to s? Someone else won't find your father's idea novel and come up with their own alliance. She asked rhetorically, I'll bet you anything that this will just lead to more death. More than any that have happened because of the way things are now. I'll take that bet, and even if I lose, it's worth it to try, Naruto said. Maybe you're right. Or, maybe you're not. Either way, someone's gotta try something different. Because this isn't working. Tsunade regarded Naruto closely before turning her back and taking her leave. Unfortunately, we don't have anything recorded on training Jinchuriki. Eing is how we had never planned to make any in the first place. So, that's it, Tsunade said. If you need accommodations for the night, Naoki can help with that. When you're ready to leave, he'll escort you out of the realm. Naruto watched Tsunade leave and couldn't help but feel like everything he'd done that day had been a waste. He almost got into a fistfight with a clan head in the middle of their territory. All for nothing. Well, it had been worth a try. The atmosphere was awkward as Naoki escorted Naruto out of the main castle. Despite the man's offer to get him in front of someone that Naruto previously believed would have sooner seen him dead than speak to him, it hadn't led to anything substantial. I sure blew that one, Naruto eventually muttered. Not like I had anything to gain though. Maybe, Naoki replied before complimenting him, but you did better than I thought you would. I definitely figured I'd have to get between you two at some point, especially when she started egging you on. Quote, Naruto raised an eyebrow. So, we're in agreement that that's what she was going for. Oh yeah, Naoki chuckled. Word to the wise, Don't think you can just drop back in whenever you like. I might like you, but we aren't friends. Sis will sick Tenzo and an extermination squad on you if you pop up in our territory again. Hell, she might show up and do it herself. It's kinda bullshit though, Naruto complained. All I found out is that you guys' grandma innovated Jinchuriki, and that's it. What am I supposed to do with that? As silence passed between them, he frowned at another thought. Tsunade really seems like she hates Jinchuriki though. She had tried to hide it, but Naruto had experienced the distaste of others enough to know when someone held negative emotions toward him. When she'd shouted at him, it was more akin to her real feelings than anything else she'd shown during the rest of their conversation. Naoki reached out and put a hand on the boy's shoulder. It's more like she hates the idea of them. Nothing personal, he said for his sister's sake. No one should know how to make a Jinchuriki. It's a method buried by our clan until 15 years ago, anyway. What happened 15 years ago? Naoki stopped walking and fixed Naruto with a serious look. You were born, he said with grave seriousness. Naruto stopped in his tracks. At which point Naoki burst out laughing. I'm just kidding. Ah, your face. Oi, alright. Naoki held up his hands defensively. 15 years ago, a very important object was lost. Stolen, actually, he specified. The Scroll of Seals. A scroll compiled by Gramps, containing instructions on how to perform several kinjutsu. Naruto couldn't believe that the Senju clan had lost something that had been left by their most notable shinobi. You just had something like that laying around for someone to take. No, Naoki reacted, face red as he only then remembered the embarrassment of the incident. Only the clan head had access to it. Shut up, kid, I'm telling a story here. With a cough, he regained his composure. Anyway, one of the things inside that scroll was seal that could be used to seal a tailed beast inside of a person. Naruto, having fully taken in the story up to that point, butted in again. Wait, if only the clan head has access to the Scroll of Seals, why do you know what's in it? Because who do you think the clan head bitched to when it got taken? Naoki asked, remembering the warpath Tsunade had been on at the time. I had to go looking for the fucking thing too. You didn't find it. That's the weird thing. I did find it, Naoki recanted with wide eyes. It took months to track down, but I got it back here safe and sound. Didn't even have to fight for it. Like it was left for me or something. From what Naruto knew of Naoki, his reputation was that if it existed, he could find it, no matter how difficult it was. So, you re on the thief's trail and maybe they ditched it so they could lose you. To Naruto's surprise, Naoki shook his head. That couldn't have been the reason, because that shouldn't have mattered. But I never did find the thief, he admitted. I don't know if they copied down everything they needed, or if they learned it before I found them. Pisses me off to this day. We thought it was your dad at first. Naruto furrowed his brow. Dad? Why? If Minato at one point had gotten his hands on a scroll full of kinjutsu and never bothered to teach him any of them, they were going to have words. Because I swear, whoever stole it could teleport or something. Either that, or they were so fast they could take off and lose me without a trace, Naoki said. I tracked the scroll's signature. I never got one from the thief. For someone like Naoki to admit that he couldn't find something or someone, it had to have been a truly puzzling moment for him. Come on, Naoki continued leading the way out of the compound. I figure you don't want to hang around here any longer than you need to. Naruto spared a glance back at the castle where the Senju clan had resided. Sometimes, you couldn't win over everyone, yeah. I should probably get back before something falls apart. Whether she couldn't help him, or simply wouldn't, it seemed like Naruto and Kurama would be on their own in mastering their tailed beast connection. That was fine. As long as they had each other's backs, they would figure it out. This was a dead end. Naruto couldn't help but complain to himself as he found himself RTED out of Senju clan territory by Naoki. It had been a long shot that he would have ever managed to get any information on Jinchuriki and tailed beasts from Tsunade, but he figured it had been worth a try. That still didn't make the lack of progress sting any less, especially since he had wound up arguing with the woman. He hadn't intended to get into an ideological debate with her, but she went and insulted his father and his life's work. No, that wouldn't have worked. Tsunade probably would have seen a lack of response to obvious slights as a sign of weakness. Then again, she definitely took his reaction to her attempts to rile him up as a sign of weakness. It was more likely that she just perceived everyone around her as weak or inconsequential. She seemed to be the type. Either way, it was back to the drawing board. Naruto didn't think he had time to innovate a method to better work with Kurama. Not with the Alpha clan and their two Jinchuriki encroaching ever farther south. After thinking to himself and to Kurama for much of the trip, Naruto noticed that they were in an area that he didn't recognize. This isn't the route we took on the way down, he pointed out. Naoki looked back with a smile. Yeah. I figured since you didn't get what you were after from Sis, we might as well take a little detour. Field trip, he exclaimed, waving his hands excitedly. Naruto simply stared at the man before squinting his eyes. Are you gonna kill me? What? Naoki exclaimed, nearly missing a step on the next branch ahead of him out of shock. No. Why would you even ask me something like that? Naruto looked around at their surroundings. Because this is the middle of nowhere, which seems perfect for getting rid of my body or making sure nothing important gets destroyed when I fight back, he said. With a leading tone, making it clear that if a fight occurred, he would not make it easy. Well, that's not why we're here, Naoki insisted. Naruto, however, waited for the verdict from his tailed beast partner. He's telling the truth, Kurama confirmed for his Jinchuriki's benefit. Still, be cautious. There's something about this place. Kurama didn't need to finish. His thought for Naruto to feel his apprehension. Where is this? He asked Naoki. Naoki had taken them to a massive waterfall that seemed more carved into the landscape than naturally occurring. He definitely had the familiar trappings of an old battlefield. There was also a latent feeling of malice hanging in the air that was palpable for Naruto, due to his connection with Kurama. Naoki let Naruto get a good look around and soak in the atmosphere before answering his previous question. Welcome to the Valley of the End, he eventually said. This is damn near sacred land as far as the Senju and Uchiha clans are concerned. This is the site of the final battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Upon the uttering of those names, and the familiarity of the location, something rattled loose in Kurama's mind. That's what it is. The titanic chakra monster bellowed inside of Naruto's head. Here. This place. I remember now. Naruto was quick to solicit Naoki on his partner's reaction. Kurama remembers something. He's kind of freaking out. Naoki nodded and hummed as he stared out and surveyed the valley. Makes sense. Madara and Grandpa went all out. You know, at that, he gazed at Naruto from the corner of his eye. Madara even got the Nine Tails to fight alongside him. You fought Hashirama Senju. Naruto thought loudly to Kurama. That would have been a handy piece of information to have before I decided to ask his grandkids for help on how to use your fucking power. For a meeting with Tsunade, the only thing worse than being a Jinchuriki could have been buying a Jinchuriki of the tailed beast that had played a part in the most notorious battle of the greatest Senju clan shinobi's life. He'd never had a chance of walking into that parlay and getting anything out of it. I didn't remember at the time. Kurama shouted back, and it wasn't my choice. It was that accursed Sharingan. And that damnable woman. Yes, I remember everything now. Naruto frowned. As Kurama continued to rant inside of his head, he's saying something about a woman. My grandma, Naoki remarked, familiar with who Kurama was likely referring to, Uzumaki Mito. Naruto let out a heavy breath through his nose. He knew the Senju and Uzumaki clans were closely tied together throughout history. It was something that was common knowledge to every Uzumaki clan child brought up in Uzu no Kuni. The reminder of such was merely an annoyance to him. Some family clan affiliation had never done much for him. My prison. Kurama snapped in return. Naoki studied the obvious change of Naruto's facial expression. Reading what he was likely learning from listening to the Biju within him. Granny Mito was Jinchuriki of the 9 tails before you were. Before I was born, even. He then stood and waited, watching as the information sank in for Naruto. It seemed to move through the boy's entire body before spilling out volatilely. What the fuck? Naruto's booming shout sent birds scattering for miles around. Yet another reason that Naoki had taken him far away from civilization to have this conversation with him. He had expected nothing less. Naruto was an incredibly expressive young man, to say the least. As Naoki waited him out, Naruto paced around, letting his anger move his feet. The biggest incident that had colored the direction of his life, the thing that had followed him around since he was a child. And the more he learned, the more he realized that he was less of an anomaly in the shinobi world than everyone would have painted him as. If your grandmother was a Jinchuriki, Naruto seethed. If she was just like me, then why did Tsunade? Why would she? I know, Naoki said, believe me, kid. I know, he sighed, she's just handling things the way grandma would have wanted. She was the one that pushed the perception of Jinchuriki to what it is now. But she was one, and she hated it. Uzumaki Mito had been a stalwart of the old ways. A kunoichi of the old-time Uzumaki clan, to whom sealing techniques were the pinnacle of her clan's contributions to the shinobi world. Sealing a tailed beast away within a person had been the sort of thing that had always been intriguing, yet reproachful in practice. Only when the 9 tails had been set upon her husband in the midst of a life and death battle did she find a good enough excuse to put Ing studied techniques into practice to try and push her personal knowledge of fuinjutsu forward. Tailed beasts had tended to stay away from humans since time immemorial. There had been little opportunity to so much as study them, as most turned hostile when they discovered people nearby. Naoki seemed contrite for the actions of his predecessor. Grandma regretted that decision every day afterwards. Living beings were not meant to be imprisoned within other living beings. It was an abomination in her eyes. She herself was an abomination in her own eyes. Every ounce of Kurama's enmity, his sadness, his fear for his future. She was privy to it all. She was the only one who could have been. She felt every negative emotion through their bond, almost as though they were her own feelings. Those feelings never left her. Even when she adjusted her seals, fortified them, hardened her heart as she knowingly locked down a living creature tighter and tighter, a creature whose only crime was falling under the thrall of Sharingan eyes. Naoki continued, she didn't talk about being a Jinchuriki much. Grandpa never asked her to use it, so she never did, not that she ever would have wanted to. Most people didn't even know. Definitely no one I can think of outside of the clan. But everyone read her writings. Uzumaki Mito's writings denigrated the practice of creating Jinchuriki. It T with the existing narrative of tailed beasts being living disasters and monsters. She wrote these works that spread across the elemental nations for the rest of her life, her exceptionally long life. This sounds like serious clan secret stuff, the kind of information that people didn't come off of easily. The kind of information people didn't just get to walk away after learning about. Are you sure you're not gonna try to kill me? Quote. Naoki shrugged in response, like I said, it wasn't ever a secret. It just never came up. Without being privy to particular details and never seeing it for oneself. Who would think that the number one voice against the creation of Jinchuriki actually had been one? Only the most major conspiracy theorists of the time. While Hashirama never saw anything wrong with his wife's Jinchuriki status, she herself was ashamed of it. But all of this new information merely posed new questions for Naruto. So if Kurama was sealed in Mito, how did he get out? Naruto couldn't help but ask. Naoki took a moment to consider how best to answer. How much do you know about the Alpha Wars? Not much, honestly. Naruto had never been a historian. Anything he knew of the Alpha clan had been learned after recent dealings with them. Decades ago, the Alpha clan tried to invade from the north. The Senju clan stopped them, Naruto said, trying to give a summary of what little he was privy to. At that, Naoki let out a bitter laugh. No. We couldn't stop them, he said, running a hand through his hair as he reminisced. I was just a kid back then, nowhere near the front lines. But do you know what makes our clan so strong? Diversity in technique. This, Naruto did know, the clan of 1,000 skills. Naoki seemed pleased that Naruto was aware of the origin of their clan name. We're considered masters of all forms of the ninja arts. We don't tend to specialize as a whole, not the way other clans do. That's how we can go up against just about any clan and come out on top. It doesn't work as well when you're basically fighting against dozens of clans with skills spread out across every discipline. Means whatever weakness we try to exploit with our skills, they bring in someone to cover for it. That was how they neutralized our advantage and war on us with numbers. Naruto couldn't help but notice that Naoki seemed to be stalling, but he was the only one talking. As Kurama had gone silent, Naoki shook his head as he continued to tell the tale. We were losing. Hashirama died years before. Tobirama was stuck carrying the lion's share of the war effort. And the Alphas were coming. So, Mitoshi slipped behind their lines by herself and undid the seal. She released the 9 tails behind Alpha Clan lines, a move that almost undoubtedly killed her. Naoki didn't say as much, but just as much could be gleaned from what he hadn't said. Naruto couldn't even imagine what had to have been going through her head to do such a thing, nor level of chaos such a thing would have caused. The 9 tails getting free flipped everything onto its head, Naoki said. The Alpha Clan's lines shattered. They panicked and tried to fight it. It took out a ton of them. But it didn't rampage so much as it just ran away. By then, we'd launched our own attack against them. We pushed until the Alpha Clan routed, and the rest was history. The Alpha Clan fled back north, more concerned with consolidating their own strength in Kaminari no Kuni than expanding beyond after their crushing defeat. Subsequently, there were no recorded sightings of the 9 tails for years. Not until it wound up being sealed inside of Naruto. There's more to most stories than just what everyone is told, kid, Naoki said. Yeah, Naruto replied, tell me about it. Northwestern Mountain Range Sarutobi Clan Archives. When Sarutobi Asuma managed to pull out of the attack against Namikaze Minato's unified village in one piece, he figured that would be the end of it. The rest of the Guardian Ninja, except for his friend Shiraku, had all been obliterated. He and Shiraku, though, slipped away and went their separate ways, with the promise of staying in touch down the line. What followed had been something of a vacation. Being a monk, Shiraku returned to the place of his training, the Fire Temple, while Asuma returned to his own birthplace. Asuma hadn't been home in years, plus, having your entire team wiped out and losing a steady source of income was as good an excuse to take a break as far as he was concerned. The turmoil and troubles of the mental nations seemed so far away within the confines of the Sarutobi clan archives. But the reality was that those troubles could reach them just as easily as anyone else, even locked away in the mountains as they were. Given the current scenario Asuma found himself in, that might have been a little dramatic. Still, having affiliates of the organization that wiped out yours come to find you on your own home turf seemed a decent enough reason to feel that way. When Hatake Kakashi came to find him, he almost expected a fight. Whether there were rules against fighting between enemy shinobi while on Sarutobi grounds or not, one didn't see Namikaze Minato's most loyal follower and expect to exchange simple pleasantries with him. You didn't come all the way here to finish the job, did you? Asuma asked, lighting up a cigarette as he leaned on a railing overlooking the mountain expanse. Kakashi let out a hum of contemplation, while a part of me is curious as to what a fight with you would be like. I'm not quite that bloodthirsty. I also don't feel like fighting your entire clan over a battle that was already resolved. At that, Asuma scoffed, I'm pretty sure other than me, the only her person here who could deal with you is my old man. Like I said, I'm not quite that bloodthirsty, Kakashi reiterated. Fair enough, Asuma figured, so, why are you here then? Why do most people come here? Information of course, Kakashi said, trying to play things cagily at first. You know how to use our archives, Asuma replied, trying to get Kakashi to move along. Ah, but this informatio. N is the sort that can only come from you. Asuma bristled at that, though he tried not to outwardly show it. Even if the guardian ninja have been destroyed, I still have my pride, Hataki-san, he said coolly. You're not getting any sensitive information on the fire daimyo's court out of me. That's fine, Kakashi said. The man I want information on isn't part of the fire daimyo's court. He's more of an advisor. Realization hit Asuma quickly. Danzo, the name came out distastefully. Because of that man whispering in the fire daimyo's ear, his entire team wound up in the ground. About what happened at your village. Nothing personal. Just orders from the tippity top. Not like it matters now though. Guess not. Kakashi was quick to accept. So why? Why did the fire daimyo have you attack? We were set up outside of his realm. We didn't step on any toes getting everything together. Minato-sama made sure of it. We didn't threaten any of his interests. What did Danzo say to him that made him think we needed to be destroyed? Asuma didn't answer quickly, taking the time to consider his response. I've known of Shimura Danzo for almost as long as I've been alive. That man has a why of getting into every inner circle he's ever aimed for, he said before taking a long drag from his cigarette. I'd been working as a guardian ninja for 2 years before I ever saw him there. It was surprising, but then again it wasn't. Danzo's entire existence seemed somewhat paradoxical. His reputation as a shady individual preceded him, but never seemed to hinder him in any of his partnerships. He seemed to survive his numerous dubious dealings by balancing his enemies and allies and shifting those allegiances at a whim. It was a practice that in several decades may have cost him an arm and an eye but had yet to cost him his life. That a crippled old man could navigate the treacherous shinobi world, operating the way that he did, it was beyond Asuma's understanding as to how. I don't know how he does it. Asuma continued, away with words, I guess. But that feels like I'm grossly underselling it. He wraps himself around powerful people, Hataki-san. Offers them something they want, or threatens something they need. He binds himself to them. Binds them together, without them even knowing it most of the time. And the worst part is, I can't figure out what he fucking wants. Power, obviously. But for what? Danzo didn't desire land, wealth, or anything material for that matter. Whatever drove him seemed to be deeper than that. An ideology, perhaps, but if that were the case, it wasn't one that Asuma was privy to. You're going to kill him. It wasn't a question so much as a statement on Asuma's end. Is that a problem? Asuma shrugged. Not for me, he said, just well, I would be careful if I were you. Hataki-san. Thank you for your consideration, Kakashi said. He had a mission. No matter how dangerous it would likely be, no matter what the consequences might have been down the line. He had been entrusted with a task. Hataki Kakashi did not back down from missions. As much as their conversation gave Kakashi to think about, it still left his most important question unanswered. Do you know how to find him? Kakashi asked. No, Asuma said, shaking his head, but he had an interest in your people already. He knew where to find you, he knew when to strike. When you and the yellow flash weren't around, he pointed out, if I were you, I'd look a little closer to home. The thread that will lead you to Danzo is probably right in your own backyard. Wit. Naruto no Kuni unnamed allied shinobi village. Naruto's trip home went without incident. He almost would have preferred a spot of trouble, however. The peace and quiet gave him too much time to mull over everything he had learned during his sojourn to and from the Senju clan's territory. He didn't even have Kurama to converse with, as the tailed beast had gone radio silent for the rest of the journey. What exactly was he supposed to do with what he knew now? Naoki wouldn't have told him those things for nothing, but far be it for Naruto to figure out how to effectively utilize the information. Perhaps it would come to him with a good meal, some sleep, and taking the info to someone better equipped to process it than he was. There was little rest for the weary, however. Naruto had hardly taken a deep breath of relief upon walking through the door of the place his family was staying when he found himself set upon. Yes, golden boy. That was the only warning Naruto got before Aang met with Tayuya throwing herself at him. The force of the impact required Naruto to stumble back a step to remain on his feet. Tayuya collided against Naruto's chest. Instead of grabbing him for a friendly gesture like a hug, however, she gripped his shirt tightly, as though looking to him for sanctuary. "Oh, thank fuck you're back." She pointed an accusing finger at Tenten. "Get her." Naruto didn't know how to react at first. Keeping his hands clear of touching the girl. Hey there, Tay," he said before looking up at his OG teammate. "Hey, Tenten. Welcome back," Tenten greeted with a wry grin. "Mostly due to Tayuya's antics. Nice to see Senju Tsunade didn't murder you." Naruto couldn't help but sigh. And here he had been hoping a moment of reunions would let him stop thinking about his recent trip for a moment. "Yeah, that was a thing. I'll tell you later." He gestured down to the girl still clinging to him. "What's her problem?" "Oi, I'm right fucking here, golden boy," Tayuya said, pinching him under his ribs. Naruto grimaced and started grappling with Tayuya's hands to keep her from accosting him. "All right, fine. What's your problem then?" he challenged. Tayuya glared over her shoulder at Tenten. "This one wants me to socialize." She nearly hissed the last word with disdain. "I had lunch with Ghost Eyes, and I'm cool with adding Shino to my circle." "Isn't that enough? You said you were fine with going," Tenten argued. "I plan to drink all your drinks and eat all your food, and chill in the corner and talk shit about everybody," Tayuya said. "I never sigh. I was going to let you make me into a pillar of the community." Naruto's brain, meanwhile, was still processing Tayuya's nicknames and eventually translated that Ghost Eyes probably meant a Hyuga, more than likely Hinata. "Why is Shino the only one you'll call by his name?" he asked once his brain caught up. "Because he's cool," Tayuya replied. "The rest of you are lame as fuck. Which is why I want no part of Bun's little party." "Party?" Naruto repeated questioningly to Tenten. Tenten smiled, very pleased to share her idea. "The adults may have been the ones to come together to create the village. But we're the ones who are going to have to keep it going down the line." She shrugged. "I figured, why not try to get the ball of good relations rolling sooner rather than later?" "Politics, Naruto was quick to tease. Trying to find another passion project besides ninja tools. Tenten momentarily gave him a distasteful look, put off at the thought of enjoying politics, more like out of necessity. She replied. "We all have to do our part, you know. If we really want to make this work, I mean." Naruto thought back to the talk he and Minato had shortly before fighting A and Killer B. Minato had been trying to coax Naruto into accepting more administrative work instead of constantly running across the elemental nations tending to whatever missions needed doing. He hadn't exactly been hot on the idea, feeling his strengths resided more on the battlefield than on the home front. It wasn't all about action and daring do, even if that was where he specialized. There was ONL. Why so much good he could do through that avenue. That Tenten recognized this on her own before Naruto did was telling, and a credit to her. She was smart, and Naruto had always trusted her judgment. If she and his dad were both saying the same thing, there had to be something to it. They were all shinobi, but fighting by itself wouldn't build a lacing home for everyone. Everyone would need to do more. He needed to do more. "Yeah, all right," Naruto eventually agreed. "I'm down. Let's rub some elbows." "Yes, traitor." Tenten cheered as Tayuya jeered. Tsuchi no Kuni water screen cave. There was little reason for the Uchiha clan to have any interest in a location as remote as the one Itachi and Sasuke found themselves dispatched to. Tsuchi no Kuni had its share of shinobi activity, but the and was so far removed from where the Uchiha clan had found itself deeply intertwined, that it was nowhere near being on their radar. It seemed odd to both brothers, their being there. It was especially odd when they received their orders directly from their father, the head of the clan, Uchiha Fugaku. They were meant to ascertain the location of the Four Tails and do whatever was necessary to PR Prevent its strength from being utilized by potentially hostile entities. Entities that had already shown a predisposition to using tailed beasts like the Alpha Clan, or Namikaze Minato's group. I don't like this, Sasuke muttered as they traversed the rough, mountainous terrain that had been designated as their search area. Nor should you, Itachi calmly remarked, you and I are preparing to meet. DDLE with forces better left to themselves. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'd slap around the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki every day of the week if I had the chance, Sasuke said, you know we're NLY here doing this because of whatever Danzo had you hand off to father. They had never bothered with trying to do anything regarding tailed beasts or Jinchuriki in the past, not without being forced to by circumstance. A matter of days after receiving Danzo's message, their father makes the sudden decision to send them on a hunt of sorts. The timing was suspect, to say the least. I cannot say with certainty that you are wrong about that, little brother, Itachi admitted. Waiting in vain on Itachi to elaborate further, Sasuke quickly lost his patience. So, what was it? Did you look? You know better than that, Itachi said, making it clear that the matter was to be left at that. The brothers' journey took them to a well-hidden network of complex, underwater caves. Any entrances were difficult to reach for any civilian humans, and difficult to locate even for shinobi. The only reason Itachi and Sasuke were able to find it was by secretly tailing a small contingent of monkeys that eventually took them where they needed to go. It was a hunch that led them to try this approach really, given that they found little signs of the monkeys living outside and the Four Tails itself was a titanic monkey. The deeper they ventured inside, the warmer the cave system felt. They also learned that they weren't the only humans trespassing. Both Itachi and Sasuke paused and made sure they were hidden upon hearing the voices of two men idly conversing. What's the Four Tails even doing all the way down here? A young man asked. He had dark eyes and short blonde hair that was parted in the front. He wore black elbow-length arm guards and white shin guards over his black trousers, and a black shirt loose enough on one side to hang below the waist, almost like a sash, wasn't there suppose? To be a temple dedicated to this thing. Why isn't it there? He was joined by a tall, dark-skinned man with shaggy white hair covering one eye. He wore bandages on his wrists, a sleeveless, high-collared shirt, and loose, baggy pants that covered most of his sandals. His right and left shoulders were adorned with tattoos, the kanji characters for water and lightning, respectively, probably because if you know about it, how many others do too? The blonde man frowned, seemingly taking offense. You say that like I'm uninformed, Darui. I did my research when we were sent on this mission. The white-haired, dark-skinned man cut an easygoing figure, despite the dangerous location that they were willingly walking deeper into. I'm not saying it like you're uninformed, see. I'm saying it like you don't live here. Which you don't. We're a long way from home. And it isn't like tailed beast lore is common knowledge anyway. As the two men continued to talk amongst themselves, Sasuke and Ida Kai had an impromptu conference of their own. You've got to be kidding, Sasuke said, barely audible enough for Itachi to hear. Alpha Clan. What are they even doing here? The pursuit of power will send men to any corner of the world. Itachi replied, unsurprised by their presence. I did tell you to anticipate resistance. Sasuke looked down at himself, armed to the teeth and carrying ceiling scrolls holding more weaponry than camping gear by 5-to-1 margin, and I did, from the Four Tails, he emphasized, not alpha goons. I wouldn't class these men as goons so readily, Sasuke. Take them seriously, Itachi directed. The taller, darker-skinned of the two gave him vibes of strength especially. Sasuke fought the urge to roll his eyes. Of course, he would take them seriously. Anyo, Ne sent to deal with the Four Tails couldn't possibly be considered a pushover by anyone with a brain, fine. Whatever. So, how are we taking them? Itachi fixed his younger brother with an inquisitive look. What makes you think these are the only ones? You think there are more? Sasuke asked. Itachi nodded. the Alpha clan tends to employ overwhelming numbers in their strategies. At least, T is what I have come to understand through my research. So, what would you suggest? Sasuke knew what Itachi was doing. He was testing Sasuke, trying to see if he would choose what could be considered a correct course of action. Well, they beat us here by who knows how long, so they have a better lay of these caves than we do. If they have more people working with them, they're probably spread out searching for the Four Tails. Yes, and, having not been admonished yet, Sasuke felt comfortable in continuing with his thought. We wait. We hang back and tail them until we can't sit back any longer. No point in forcing a fight with them or the Four Tails. Not until we have to. With any luck, the two of them could swoop in and pick the bones of whatever was left of whoever won. Then that, dear brother, is just what we will do, Itachi said, leading the way once again. Stay sharp. I'm certain there are more. How many more, I cannot say. They would find out soon enough. For a force put together to deal with one of the tailed beasts though, it was unlikely that an entity such as the Alpha clan would go for anything less than overwhelming force. Ta no Kuni, the deep Orochimaru's laboratory. Orochimaru rarely tended to concern himself with the goings-on of the outside world. Why would he? After all, on the rare occasions he decided to venture out from his preferred underground hideaways, he always found that nothing really ever changed. People made their plans. People fought. People suffered. The names and faces may have changed, and even that was rare, but the overall theme remained the same. It was of no interest to him. The elemental nations at large only had use to him as an active testing ground for his creations. His pursuit of power, his pursuit of immortality, his pursuit of understanding everything. These were the only things that mattered to Orochimaru. Anything beyond that was simply a distraction. Speaking of distractions, the door to Orochimaru's inner sanctum flew open. It took every ounce of restraint in Orochimaru's being to keep from killing the insolent underling that burst into his chambers. Besides, from the panic evident in the man and the smell of blood in the air, Orochimaru doubted he would have to dirty his hands in such a manner. Someone else would likely do it for him soon enough. Orochimaru-sama, the wounded underling exclaimed, falling down onto his hands and knees as he ran in. The Alpha clan is attacking. They've managed to breach the main entrance. I see, Orochimaru responded, seemingly nonplussed as he continued. Reviewing notes of his own research by candlelight. That is most unfortunate. I did enjoy this location. That it had been compromised didn't really come as a surprise though. The Ta no Kuni hideout. He probably boasted the poorest quality of bodyguards he had at his disposal, strength-wise, done intentionally to make it more enticing for potential test subjects to willingly venture inside. That did, really do a lot to make it defensible, but then the Deep had never been intended to serve as a fortress, even if its primary draw to civilians had been as a haven from the turmoil of the outside world. Orochimaru calmly stood and looked around his chambers. The laboratory had served him well for his duration there. Plenty of good work had been done in various fields of his interest. All good things had to come to an end, however. The Alpha clan weren't attacking to procure any aspect of his research in particular. If there was something they wanted, they could simply buy it from him as any other client would. They were attacking because they wanted him. They wanted his services for their own, exclusively, and felt they could force him into their fold the way they had with countless others. They were not the first to try and force Orochimaru into using his knowledge to serve them. Several times over the decades, clans with hopes of gaining a scientific edge over their competition would attempt to press him into their employ. Much like all the others, they would also fail. If the Alpha clan wanted his services, they would have to pay fairly like everyone else, that is, if Orochimaru chose to bless them with his intellect. Rash, brutish actions, such as attacking his refuge, would gain them nothing. Leaving so soon, Orochimaru, the man in question, froze in place, slowly turning back to the underling he had left kneeling on the floor, now dead. Standing over him was a man with spiky, black hair, wearing a dark cloak and a full mask patterned with an orange swirl. He certainly didn't look like a member of the Alpha clan. Not from what Orochimaru knew of them, at least. Orochimaru chuckled to himself, leaving. He repeated, making sure to keep this stranger well within his full field of vision. Even as he slowly moved around his chambers, "You think I have a way out? And how would you propose I do that?" The masked man shook his head. "Let's not pretend you don't avenue an escape route accessible to only you. We both know better than that. I'm sorry, I don't believe I've made your acquaintance before, Mr. Please. Names are so unimportant in the grand scheme of things," the masked man said, poking at the dead man on the floor with his foot. "After all, did you know his name? Of the 319 souls sequestered within the deep, how many of their names did you know?" "I remember the names of those who matter," Orochimaru replied. "Exactly. And I don't matter," the masked man said, as though Orochimaru's statement proved the point he was trying to make. "Heads up." With that instant of warning, Orochimaru moved to avoid a jet of flame that blasted through the doorway at him. A man in sleeveless black outfit with neck-length blonde hair cut into an uneven bowl rushed through, sword drawn. Blade on fire. By the time he spotted Orochimaru, the man was unnaturally squeezing his body through a previously concealed, impossibly small hole in the wall at the back end of the room. "Hey!" The blonde man rushed over and drove his sword into the hole, only to pull it back out with nothing on the end of it. "Damn. And we were hot on his heels too. We were also meant to bring him to Asama alive." Atsui, a fair-skinned woman with blonde hair cut similarly to the man, said as she entered at a more sedated pace. She wore a low-cut gray outfit revealing mesh armor covering her sizable chest. A white girdle with a tanto strapped horizontally to the back, and red hand guards. "Be cool. You're too cool, Samui. We missed him," Atsui admonished the woman before turning to the masked man. "And you could have tried to stop him, you know. The only reason I'm here is by request of my esteemed client," the masked man said, hardly sparing a glance Atsui's way. There was a red glow slightly visible through the eye holes in his mask. "I am an advisor. I advise. I won't fight your battles for you. And I certainly don't take orders from you." At that, he turned to leave the room. Atsui glared and tightened his grip on his sword. "Why you?" Samui put a hand on him and silently shook her head. The entire hideout seemed to shake, independent of any remaining fighting that seemed to be taking place elsewhere. "I suggest you take what useful things you can find in a hurry," the masked man said from down the hall as another ominous tremor rocked the deep. "That is, unless you didn't believe a man as shrewd as Orochimaru would have a failsafe in place for unwelcome guests." Samui and Atsui looked at each other before beginning to do just that. Neither of them fancied being buried underground in a concrete tomb. With Naruto Kuni unnamed allied shinobi village, Kurama could smell fear. More specifically, Kurama could sense negative emotions, of which fear was one. At the moment, fear was the most prominent one. And since Kurama could sense negative emotions, Naruto could sense negative emotions. And he knew he was the reason for them. As it turned out, Tenten had done most of the organizational work in getting the party together already. She had chosen the venue and made sure that everyone around their age interested in attending knew where to go and when to be there. Being that most everyone involved were new to the idea of being around so many others not of their clan, it had been important to choose a place that was public. Here everyone paranoid of their contemporaries would feel safe enough that no chicanery would occur, that they could unwind a bit. That place wound up being a tavern that had recently expanded near the middle of the village. It had apparently been quite difficult to convince them to host such an event, what with the possibility of rowdy ninja teens ruining the place. Tenten had assured them that there would be measures in place to prevent such a thing. Naruto turned out to be those measures. As it turned out, people were less likely to start problems based on feuds from generations ago when there was a walking deterrent hanging out. Walking around the place making sure he got a chance to speak with everyone. That hadn't been the intention, but it wound up being the reality. Naruto could It when people chose to make a wider berth around him than necessary. When they would make eye contact with him and smile, there was an edge to it that they couldn't hide, one that he didn't need Kurama to recognize. Thankfully, there were people there who were happy to be around him. Approaching Hinata and Neji, Naruto felt like he had found a bit of an oasis in the desert. Naruto-kun, Hinata gently greeted with a beautiful smile, a touch of red to her cheeks. Neji nodded his way respectfully. Uzumaki-san. Hey, guys, Naruto said, settling in near a pair of his friends. How have things been going so far? Land has been cleared and work has already started on our clan home. Neji told him, it's not much to look at now, but our hopes are quite high. Father sent away for Archite, CTS and workers from the same families that designed and built our original clan grounds. Do you remember our old home? Naruto did remember, especially how grandiose and ornate it was. He had visited the Hyuga clan grounds many times over the years and had always enjoyed it whenever he got to stay there. It was rare for him to experience the kind of luxury they lived in every day. Ooh, are you guys going to build another huge castle like the one you had? He asked. Neji chuckled. The plans are a clan secret, Uzumaki-san, he said, though I'm certain Hinata-sama wouldn't mind taking you on a bit of a tour once the work reaches a certain point. Hinata's expression immediately shifted to one of horrified embarrassment. Neji-nisan. The girl admonished her cousin, face completely flushed. She shyly gazed over at Naruto, demurely pressing her index fingers together. Well, I would love to. Oh, only if you would like to, Naruto-kun. Neji rolled his eyes. It's not as if it's something anyone needs to worry about tomorrow, Hinata-sama, Neji said. Those words seemed to calm her down, as she had previously seemed a matter of seconds away from passing out. Naruto merely squinted Hinata's way in interest. There had always been moments like that, where she would stammer when addressing him and find herself unable to look him in the eye. She even had fainted around him. It wasn't based on fear, however. And while that only confused him further, it was still something he was more than fine with. Naruto liked Hinata. He liked Neji. Even Hiashi seemed to respect him. The Hyuga clan as a whole seemed fine with him. He could have done without the whole branch family aspect of their culture, notably how many of them were treated by main family members, but that wasn't he kind of thing he was equipped to deal with. Especially not with the alliance between everyone in the village as tenuous as it was. The tenuous bonds between the village's denizens stuck in Naruto's mind when he heard part of a conversation elsewhere in the tavern. So, when this whole allied village gets up and running, who's supposed to be in charge? Someone has to lead it, right? Maybe a council of clan heads or something. But then what about everyone who isn't in a clan? I dunno. That's for the old people to work out, isn't it? No way. My dad says Namikaze is just going to use the Nay-tails as leverage to bully everyone into letting him be in charge. If that's what you think, why do you guys even come then? Are you kidding? Do you really think the Yellow Flash and Red Scar were asking when they came to anyone about joining them? We aren't Senju or Uchiha. We aren't even as big and strong as the Hyuga clan. Yeah, now that you mention it, Namikaze and his walking Han could probably wipe out my whole clan by themselves. It'd probably only take them one night too. The thought made Naruto's blood boil. What they had said about him was whatever. He had dealt with people seeing him in that kind of light for years. But what they believed about his father, even as they shook his hand and smiled in his face, was infuriating. Even after years trying to foster positive relations with clans and enclaves of shinobi across the elemental nations, none of them knew the first thing about Minato's ambitions or motivations at all. Or maybe they didn't care to know. She like so many didn't care to see Naruto as anything but Minato's trump card. He wasn't the only one who had heard it either. Tenten had been well within earshot and Naruto caught her storming her way over from where she'd previously been conversing with Kabuto and a few others. Before she could get close enough for anyone involved in the conversation to notice her, Naruto stepped in her way and directed her with an arm around her waist. He hummed as he guided her off course in a different direction. Tenten looked at him incredulously. Did you hear what they said? She hissed under her breath, wishing to defend Naruto, her best friend, and Minato, a man she idolized. If they think you're here to bully anyone, I'll show them what a real bully. Kicking ass because somebody ate something I don't like won't change anything, Naruto interrupted. It'll just make it worse. If anything, it would prove them right. So what? They don't trust you anyway. Then we gotta earn it. That's part of what this whole party is for, right? Tenten pouted. It was indeed the entire idea behind putting the gathering together in the first place, after all. And it wouldn't do to ruin her own party. Fine. But I'm not forgetting this. Oh, neither am I, Naruto readily assured her. He was certain there was something petty he could come up with later after the village was good to go if he still cared. Priorities, though. Saying that, however, he was still tired of attempting to mingle with his peers. It wasn't that he was antisocial, it was just difficult to try and be friendly the time to people who weren't keen on rolling with it. He created a chance to slip away and stepped outside for a moment to himself. Even then, he could sense the discomfort from others who had so gone outside for some fresh air or some privacy. To that end, Naruto began to walk a little bit farther away when he first heard the faint sounds of some kind of wind instrument. He quickly recognized it as a sound he had become quite familiar with Chiyuya's flute. Unlike the first time he heard it, all subsequent times listening weren't accompanied by a debilitating genjutsu, thus he was able to appreciate the melody. In fact, Naruto wasn't certain if they had come across an instrument yet that Chiyuya couldn't play. For as much as she rightfully despised her own background, he could appreciate the musical education she had undergone as a result. Following the sound of the music to its source, he found Chiyuya sitting in a tree a block away from the tavern, focused deeply on producing hauntingly beautiful sounds emanating from her flute. She was unaware of his approach until he reached the same branch that she sat upon. You know, if you played that inside, everybody would have loved it, Naruto said. Startling the red-haired girl, probably would have gotten paid for it too. Chiyuya cursed herself for dropping her guard enough to let Naruto sneak up on her. It was all this cursed village's fault. Despite her best efforts to keep from truly relaxing herself, the entire place put her at ease. She had been keeping an eye on the party, having slipped away at the earliest opportunity. Come to think of it, that brought up another issue. Chiyuya looked at Naruto and knew she had just seen him. Wait. You're supposed to be. She looked over at where the party was still taking place to see that, yes. Naruto was still over there also, just about to go back inside from where he had been standing outside. Are you a fucking clone? Or did you substitute with a fucking clone to ditch? Naruto winked at Chiyuya as he settled in next to her. I've got one babysitting Kanako too. Chiyuya hummed. The power of solid clones. That is one hell of a jutsu you've got, she remarked, idly running her fingers over her flute. So, why are you over here wasting time with me? You've got a whole party full of your little village's best and brightest to hang out with. You act like you're not included in that, Naruto said. Chiyuya hesitated for a moment. I'm not one of them, golden boy. I'm not one of you. Why aren't you? Naruto asked. You're staying here. You plan on working here. For now, Chiyuya clarified. Naruto didn't react to that. An idea like joining organized ranks was probably something so foreign to her, she couldn't comprehend the life change. A lot of freelancers probably thought along the same lines. He also recognized that Chiyuya wasn't keen on taking orders or conforming. Independent by nature, she had a deep antisocial streak in her, and the more people around her, the less comfortable she was. Well, what if I said I just feel like hanging out with you? Naruto said, getting an incredulous look from the girl. Yeah. What if I said I'd rat her sit over here with you than do anything else? Chiyuya scoffed. I'd say you're a fucking psycho. But I kind of knew that you were cray-cray already, so I shouldn't be surprised you'd say some unhinged shit like that, she remarked. Give me a break. You're probably gonna be the prince of this whole outfit. Why would you rather spend time with me? Naruto leaned against the railing, staring I'd ahead at the party off in the near distance. The rest of them are scared of me. Even the ones that aren't trying to avoid me, and actually are talking to me, they're scared. He let out a tired sigh. Kurama he can tell. So, I can tell. Chiyuya still found the whole thing utterly foolish. She had been around Naruto a lot, had seen how he went about his days when he was in the village. He was friendly and helpful too. In her opinion, a nearly nauseating degree. He was accommodating to everyone who was supposed to be an ally. For someone who could conceivably throw around a considerable amount of power, both politically and in combat, he seemed to do everything he could to keep from doing so. You've gotta start being more selfish, Chiyuya said. When was the last time you actually did something for yourself? When I went to Mizu no Kuni. Yeah, and that got you a whole lot of nothing. I dunno. It got me you, Naruto said before thinking of the ramifications of such words. He quickly realized his mistake in the same breath and attempted to fix it, as a friend. As well as he covered his slip, Chiyuya still caught it and didn't let him off the hook. Oh. As opposed to what, golden boy? She grinned, leaning in. What else would we be, Naruto sighed, resigning himself to the fate of being made fun of. All right. Chiyuya relented in her teasing with a laugh. You made it sound like I'm some kind of prize. Like I'm valuable or something. You are though, Naruto said, entirely serious. Chiyuya's amused expression faded at his tone. You are to me. Chiyuya scoffed, more to herself than anything. Bullshit, she whispered, looking straight ahead as she pulled her knees to her chin. I'm fucking nobody, golden boy. Always have been, always will be. In the grand scheme of things, she didn't matter. She wasn't an important part of a team or a cause. She wasn't some legendary shinobi of strength and renown. She wasn't someone's beloved daughter or significant other. She was just Chiyuya, nothing more. Naruto frowned, but didn't say anything at first. He just sat there while Chiyuya busied herself with running through a few more tunes on her flute. He couldn't leave it alone, however. He wasn't a wordsmith. All he could do was say the things he felt, so that was what he did. Once Chiyuya took a break from playing, Naruto took the opportunity the lull provided to try his luck. I already told you that back in Uzu no Kuni, no one in the Uzumaki clan wanted me there. I'm talking before Kurama got sealed in me, he said. I wasn't one of them. Because my dad was the Yellow Flash, because I didn't look like them, because the clan leader didn't like me. All kinds of reasons. Chiyuya didn't look his way again, but it was obvious that she was listening and didn't plan on interrupting, so he continued. Other than my mom, I didn't find anyone who cared about me until I left. The first person who actually cared about me was Tenten. Naruto smiled at the memory. She was just some nameless village kid. She was a girl that most shinobi wouldn't have looked at twice, because she didn't come from anything, wasn't anybody. But she's my first friend, my best friend. I'd do anything for her. And he knew the feeling was mutual. They had been through everything together, and were family in every sense but name and blood. Were it not for Naruto's father and his goal to bring shinobi of all sorts together, there could have been a reality where they may have never been as close as they were now, or maybe never met at all. They could have even been enemies. And it wasn't just Tenten that applied to either. It applied to Shino, to the Hyuga clan, to so many. It applied to Chiyuya. I have a lot of people I'd call friends now. People I've met all over the world. People from all kinds of clans. People who don't belong to a clan at all. People who aren't even shinobi, Naruto said, his eyes hardening in resolve. That's why I want Dad's idea to work. I want this village to be a thing, so people like me, like Tenten, like you, everybody, can have a place we can feel like we belong. A place where we matter. Because you do matter. You aren't nobody. Not to me. Somewhere along the line, Chiyuya looked up at Naruto, her mouth slightly agape. The more she tried not to like Naruto, the more he kept growing on her. She didn't want to. She didn't want to believe in someone. She had gone her entire life only able to count on herself, only able to trust herself. It wasn't great, but it had kept her alive. Naruto looked her way and offered a smile. You got a dream. Chiyuya was caught off guard by the question, if you could do whatever you wanted, what would it be? Naruto asked, what does winning at life look like to Chiyuya? In all honesty, Chiyuya had never stopped to consider such a question before. From the moment her parents sold her, her entire life had just been doing what was necessary to see the next day, and she became good at that. She learned, and she lived. None of the things she had to do ever made her happy though. Just surviving wasn't a fulfilling existence. I don't know. I never really thought about it, Chiyuya admitted. All I ever worried about before was not ending up dead in a ditch, you know. Watching my back to make sure some fucker didn't plant a knife in it. Naruto nodded in understanding. It wasn't a foreign sentiment for shinobi to have, it seemed. You don't have to worry about that here. That's the whole idea. It's what Dad wanted. He wanted to give people the chance to stop surviving and start living. Chiyuya shook her head in disbelief. The more she heard about the village, the more it sounded like a pipe dream. But they were actually doing it. You all really think you can change the world, don't you? Not really, Naruto said, looking away to take in their moonlit surroundings. More like we're just trying to make a place in it. They certainly didn't do things halfway, Chiyuya could admit. Not for the first time, she wondered just what she had gotten herself into. She kind of liked it though. The more she heard, the more she saw, the more she liked. For the first time in a long time, she felt, dare she say, positive. Positivity was not a feeling that Chiyuya could say she was much accustomed to. It was kind of scary. Scary, but nice. And a big source of that positivity was within arm's reach. Chiyuya peered over at Naruto from the corner of her eye and blew a stray bang of red hair out of her face, trying to appear as nonchalant as possible for what she planned to say next. Do you ahem? She cleared her throat, wishing to try again more confidently. Do you wanna get out of here, golden boy? Naruto looked at Chiyuya in surprise. Wha? Seriously? Yeah. Chiyuya licked her lips. The more she spoke, the more she found of her usual confidence. You've already got your clone pulling face duty at Bun's little shindig, so it's not like you need to go back. We can just head over to my place and chill. Unless you actually want to go back. Hell no, I'm in, Naruto decided before Chiyuya could try to remove the offer from the table. One of those things sounded much preferable to the other. Chiyuya grinned. Killer. Despite what she said about not belonging, she didn't want to leave. If Naruto was serious about the village serving as somewhere for people to find their place, why couldn't she find a place for herself? Why couldn't she find something for herself? And who was to say that something couldn't be someone? There was nothing quite like the comfort of sleeping next to a warm body. Despite her prickly demeanor, Naruto found Chiyuya to be quite warm and soft to the touch. The feeling was mutual on her end as well. Chiyuya enjoyed lying against Naruto's firm chest, feeling secure in his sturdy arms. It was perhaps the best sleep either of them ever had. Of course, all good things had to come to an end. Knock, 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 asterisk. Chiyuya was the first to stir. Why, what business did anyone have with her so early in the morning? She could count the number of people she knew in this godforsaken village on 2 hands and still have fingers left over. And they likely knew that she didn't do anything early in the morning without already meaning to. Any time she got going before noon could be considered her taking the initiative, and she definitely didn't plan on getting up early today. Chiyuya and Naruto had shared a wonderful night together and, up until that point, a nice, comfortable morning. Anyone wishing to interrupt that before either of them was ready to get on with the day needed to reconsider their actions. And yet, knock, 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 asterisk. Chiyuya's brow furrowed at the loud noise emanating from her front door. She turned. Ed her head and buried her face into the crook of Naruto's neck. For fuck's sake, she muttered irritably. Golden boy, go answer the door already. Deck whoever's on the other side. Exactly as cognizant in the early morning as Tayuya. Naruto cracked his eyes open, wanting nothing more than to roll over and go back to sleep. Me. This is your house, right? I let you stay the night, so do what I say and get the door. You're the host. You're the one that's supposed to do that. You can literally make clones to do menial shit for you. My clones are me. They're not gonna do anything I wouldn't do. Knock, 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 asterisk. God damn it, Chiyuya finally exclaimed, fully awake at this point. Pushing herself up off of Naruto's chest, she crawled over him to get up, making a point to press her knee into his stomach as she did. The audible, oof, it elicited from Naruto was almost satisfying enough to make up for her having to get out of bed and put on some kind of garment to cover her modesty. It was too early to entertain, especially after the night she'd had. Anyone who knew her well enough to know where she lived had to know that messing with her at that point in the day wouldn't end well for them. Grumpily throwing on a robe, Chiyuya stomped to the front door, muttering to herself, can't believe this fucking who on earth has the balls. Throwing the door open, prepared to unleash a verbal tirade on whoever was behind it if they didn't have a good reason for being there, Chiyuya froze in place, her scowl vanishing instantly at the sight of Kushina. There she stood, smiling pleasantly in her housewife dress, hand in hand with Kanako, who seemed to be trying to look past Chiyuya curiously. The entire image could hardly be considered intimidating. So why did Chiyuya feel such a sense of dread? Good morning, Tilda, Kushina greeted brightly, with a peppiness that could be argued as manufactured. Chiyuya lost all of her furious steam from a moment ago. A good morning, she replied lamely. Still with an unnerving smile, Kushina wasted no time going straight for the jugular. My son wouldn't happen to be in there with you, would he? So shell-shocked was she, Chiyuya didn't even bother trying to come up with a story, excuse, or any kind of deflection for either her or Naruto's sake. Yes. Yes, he is, she mumbled. Self-consciously, Chiyuya pulled the neck of her robe a bit higher to hide the marks she could feel on her flesh from the night before. Between that and the way she could feel her hair was all askew, she knew she looked a mess. In fact, she knew exactly how the entire situation looked, and there wasn't much point in denying it. Lying would do no good when all Naruto would have to do was sit up unaware in the loft and Kushina would be able to pick his big dandelion head out of a lineup. Naruto's mother had caught them dead to rights. That was all there was to it. At Chiyuya's easy admittance, Kushina seemed to take a moment to appraise the girl. Chiyuya wasn't certain what she had been looking for, but before she could confront her on it, Kushina backed off. All right. Just checking. Seeing as how he never wandered back last night, she said pointedly, you take care now. Come on, Kanako. Kanako began to fuss as Kushina led her away. But mama, I told you, Ruto Oni's there. I told you. I know, baby. He is, Kushina cooed, attempting to pacify the small girl. You found him. Good job. Chiyuya watched the mother and daughter depart before slinking her way back inside and slowly closing the door. She leaned her back against it for a moment and took a deep breath before shuffling her way back up to the loft. Naruto seemed to have rolled over and gone back to sleep. Unacceptable. Chiyuya was fully awake and aware now, which meant they both had to be. Lashing out with her foot, Chiyuya kicked the bed frame, moving it a few inches. Naruto let out a groan that signified he was awake enough to acknowledge that she wanted something. Golden boy, that was Mama Red. Chiyuya said, immediately jolting Naruto straight up with fear. Chill out. She just left. Wide-eyed, Naruto sat up, trying to get a glimpse of the front door. Did you tell her I'm here? Yeah, but she already knew, Chiyuya said, dropping herself back down onto the bed. Fucking buns. She probably grasped. No, Tenten didn't know I left the party, Naruto said in his best friend's defense. Having the memories of the clone he had left behind to perform face duty in his stead, did Mom have Kanako with her? Chiyuya looked at Naruto curiously, wondering what his young sibling had to do with anything. Baby red. Yeah. Naruto breathed a laugh through his nose. Yeah, that'll do it. Kanako's a censor, he said with a measure of pride. His little sister could find him anywhere. Inconvenient as it was in this case, he couldn't help but take pride in it. Chiyuya was skeptical. That itty-bitty thing. Already, she doubted Kanako was even old enough to grasp what chakra was, let alone how to use it or find it in others. Mom thinks she can develop Kagura Shingen, mind's eye of the Kagura, Naruto said, now fully awake and stretching. It's not a Kekkei Gen Kai or anything, just a sensor technique some of our clan tend to have a thing for. I don't know how she'll learn how to control it though. It's not like we can go back and ask someone to teach her. Naruto let his mind wander in consideration of Kanako learning how to one day utilize the boon of a sensor ability that the Kagura Shingen was. It was funny to think that while Kanako's potential Futu progress was at risk of being stalled by the present-day Uzumaki clan, his own was being held back by a ghost of Uzumaki clan past in Mito. It was on that point Naruto found himself dwelling. Uzumaki Mito. While she married into the Senju clan, it wasn't as though they just plucked her out of a lineup while she was a child. If she was an Uzumaki, she would have become a kunoichi with the Uzumaki clan. She trained, studied, and developed under the clan, and it was highly unlikely that she only started innovating in her field of sealing techniques once she got together with Senju Hashirama as an adult. What were the chances that Mito hadn't done the bulk of her early research and work in Uzu no Kuni? And what were the chances that the Uzumaki clan didn't have her notes, even the things she did while with the Senju clan? They were close allies, even closer back then. In fact, who was to say that they didn't have access to material that the Senju clan weren't even aware of? Wide-eyed, Naruto slowly rose from the bed. Oh, shit, what is it? Chiyuya asked, attentive to his change in demeanor. Naruto shook his head, unable to put the entirety of his thoughts into concise words. I've got to get everybody together. Now, come on, let's go, he said, grabbing Chiyuya's hand. Realizing he was about to pull her with him, Chiyuya pulled first, yanking herself out of his grasp. Whoa 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 whoa. Hold the fuck on, she said. I look like shit and this whole house smells like we've been banging, so I know for sure I do too. Feel free to do the walk of shame if you want, but I'm no going anywhere until I get myself presentable. Kushina was the only person on the planet outside of her home that was going to see her in such a state of dishevelment, and that had not been by choice. Now, is this an emergency? Naruto paused, realizing that he had been about to sprint out the door completely naked. No. True enough, recent revelation aside, none of this was particularly time-sensitive. Chiyuya nodded and stood to move past him. All right. I'm taking a shower then. She took a few steps down the stairs of her loft before noticing that Naruto wasn't following her. Undoing the belt of her robe, she bared her shoulder and looked back. Well, you coming or what, golden boy? I didn't know I was invited, Naruto replied, catching himself staring before too long. Chiyuya let out a laugh. Well, you are interested. By the time she reached the bottom step she had let her RBE slip off and hit the floor. In that same time frame, Naruto had also made it to the shower and gotten it started. Tsuchi no Kuni Water Screen Cave. While neither Itachi nor Sasuke had been fond of the idea to go after the Four Tails previously, having to scour the depths of the Tailed Bee Street's chosen hiding place made them resent the mission that much more. Both brothers did their best to remain hidden as they stalked members of the Alpha clan deeper and deeper inside of Water Screen Cave. The location was a veritable maze. There were numerous caverns and passageways that led to nowhere, many of them only accessible underwater, all of them pitch dark. This last point was the thing that left Sasuke feeling the most on edge. Contrary to popular belief, the Sharingan did not allow its users to see in the dark. Nor did it glow, nor was it visible in the dark. This was all battlefield lore. Anytime a Sharingan appeared to glow to an outside observer's viewpoint, it was merely the angle of the light hitting it. All this to say, Sasuke, as an Uchiha without the ability to use the clan's signature asset to his advantage. Felt quite uneasy the farther in they went. The saving grace in this regard was that the Alpha Clan members taking the lead dropped flares to mark progress and allow visibility for their own shinobi. The search for the Four Tails carried on for hours, with no sighting of the creature made by any of the Alpha Clan. Every time a group backtracked from a dead end and moved back toward Itachi and Sasuke's direction, both would hold their breath and hope they hadn't been following too close. Still, they managed to maintain their cover while shadowing the enemy. C let out a groan as he and Darui searched through an isolated chamber, cut off from the rest of cave via an underwater passage. How in the world did something as massive as the Four Tails manage to squeeze itself into this place? He asked. Darui chuckled. There's probably something like an inner sanctum in here where there's enough space for it to be comfortable. But you've still got a point. Really makes you think, doesn't it? Quote, yeah, C said, letting the silence between them drag on for a moment. Anyway, do you think this is far enough? Darui nodded, unstrapping a broad, cleaver-like sword from his back. I think so. I don't think they'll be able to remember the way back out very easily. C quickly rolled through 4 hand seals. Both Sasuke and Itachi watched closely, prepared to react the moment he made his move. This was what C wanted, however. Raiden Reikochu, lightning release, lightning illusion, flash of lightning pillar. He discharged electricity from his entire body in the form of a blinding flash of light, one that caught the Uchiha brothers staring directly. Both involuntarily squinted and turned away to protect their important eyes from damage. In the instant they looked away, Darui rushed to their hiding spot, his sword drawn back to swing, lightning chakra running through the blade. Despite his temporary inability to see, Itachi's ears worked just fine. He was able to hear the buzz of electricity echo off the cave walls. Before Darui could strike at them, he pushed Sasuke away and moved clear of the strike in the same motion. Still following the sound, Itachi threw a startlingly accurate barrage of shuriken that Darui needed to use the flat of his blade to deflect safely. Damn, Darui said, sounding impressed, you did all that blind. You were able to protect yourself adequately in the dark as well, Itachi commended. Sasuke was much less complimentary toward the enemy, tch. They knew we were there, he groused. I'm a censor, C replied. We knew you were following us a while ago. We just had to make sure you were far enough away from the others that you couldn't impede the mission. Itachi realized the disadvantage they were at. It wasn't the battle conditions that were the problem. He knew he could adjust and had faith that Sasuke could as well. It wasn't the enemy's strength either. As formidable as C and especially Darui struck him as, he wasn't overly concerned over whether or not they could defeat them together. The problem was that defeating them wasn't the point. A pitched battle was not the objective. The objective was the Four Tails. Even if Darui and C were bogged down fighting Itachi and Sasuke, it probably wouldn't have done much to impede their overall goal. The Alpha Clan operated in numbers. They had likely brought enough shinobi to move the mission forward without their presence being necessary. That kind of luxury didn't exist for the Uchiha in this scenario. There were only 2 of them present. They couldn't afford to let the enemy get that much of a lead on them. A large murder of crows emerged from within Itachi's cloak, scattering around the cave and putting Darui and C on guard. At the same time, Itachi grabbed Sasuke and made eye contact, pulling him into a genjutsu where time seemed to slow to a near stop around them as they spoke. Sasuke, go, Itachi said, continue searching for the Four Tails. I'll make sure these 2 don't slow you down and force us to waste any more time. By yourself, Sasuke replied, what about you? If we have to split off, shouldn't you be the one to handle the Four Tails? At that, Itachi smiled, it's better if you go and I stay. You have far more experience against tailed beasts than I do. Sasuke smirked proudly at his brother's praise. It seemed he had something to thank Uzumaki Naruto for. After all, the numerous battles between them over the years provided a reason for his brother to give him recognition. He'd keep that in him. I'm the next time they met, and he put a blade through the Jinchuriki. With a nod, Sasuke accepted the task presented to him. Itachi pressed his index and middle fingers together and poked Sasuke in tea. He forehead a familiar gesture the younger Uchiha was accustomed to receiving from the elder. The genjutsu came to an end, and Sasuke used the cover of the crows to slip away toward the underwater exit of the passage. It took only a handful of seconds before the Alpha Clan combatants realized that Sasuke had left, tch. The younger one booked it, C complained as he moved to pursue. He found his way barred by a flurry of crows before jumping back in alarm as Itachi seemed to appear in the middle of them. I'm afraid neither of you will be going after him, Itachi explained calmly, I'll be your opponent here. C scowled at the lone Uchiha, you're buying time for your clansmen. Or do you really think you can take the two of us on alone? I believe you'll find me more than sufficient, Itachi said. C growled at the man's reserved demeanor. Darui regarded Itachi closer however, and reined his cohort in before he reacted rashly. See, he's not just running his mouth. If anything, he might be underselling himself. He noticed C's skeptical expression. Don't you keep up with the bingo books? I thought you did your research. That's Uchiha Itachi. C took an involuntary step back. That's him. Isn't he in line to take over? And he's all the way out here. Itachi raised an eyebrow. The Alpha Clan knows of me. That is surprising, given your last excursion outside of Kaminari no Kuni came well before my time. Should it be? Darui asked. After all, we've been preparing to move south for a long time. The Alpha's advisor has made sure our leader knows just about every notable shinobi in the elemental nations. And we've all been briefed on the heavy hitters. And yet, unlike your comrade, you don't seem too terribly concerned, Itachi observed. Darui's demeanor was comparatively as cool and collected as Itachi's. Well, I'm no pushover either, if I do say so myself. With Naruto no Kuni unnamed allied shinobi village. While Naruto would never paint himself as the sharpest knife in the drawer, he was more self-aware than many people considered him to be. That was why he tried to surround himself with people that he trusted and whose counsel he deeply valued. It was a lot easier to make decisions when you were surrounded by the opinions of people you thought were smart and could believe wanted good things for you. He was also fully aware that a lot of the raw, shared decisions he decided to make in the past historically did not tend to go over well with these people. To this end, he had over the years cultivated a foolproof way to spring any less than savory developments upon his friends and family. People were a lot less likely to spend their time and energy complaining to you if they didn't have the energy to do so in the first place. Thus, his strategy. Kali called for a training session that morning that wound up being more of a grind than usual for Tenten, Shino, and Tayuya, who he had somehow started mentally including in his inner circle. While everyone had their own projects they had been focusing on, Naruto and Tayuya did most of their work trying to improve on her budding control over her wind elemental nature. Her instruments, specifically the wind-based ones, seemed to have lots of potential as mediums in that regard. Naruto waited for a lull in the day's training, after everyone seemed sufficiently fatigued, to spring his latest suspect decision on his closest confidants. So I'm going to Uzu no Kuni, Naruto said out of the blue. He winced when Tenten immediately choked on a swig of water she had been taking at the time. Of the three others gathered Tenten, Shino, and Tayuya, only Tayuya failed to produce any kind of reaction. It was understandable, as she only had the barest context of why this was significant, while the others had it in spades. With Tenten temporarily indisposed as she fought for her breath, the quietest of the group, Shino, was the first to reply, "What?" Despite the evenness of his tone, Naruto could hear the buzzing of the young man's Kikaichu hive. Naruto quickly explained himself, "I need Uzumaki Mito's research. Her real research. The stuff she did before she went to the Senju clan and got all fatalistic about Jinchuriki." He said, "There's no way they didn't keep it. Years ago, when Kurama was first sealed inside of Naruto, Kushina had been able to create a fix for his defective seal on the fly, and it held. That was significant. It was more than just his mother being amazing and understanding the contents of a seal by sight. She had learned to identify it from somewhere. Why? Ch meant the Uzumaki clan had sealing knowledge for dealing with tailed beasts. How much they had remained to be seen, but given that the modern-day progenitor of Jinchuriki theory originally hailed from there, they had to have more than was available anywhere else. Even if sealing techniques of that nature were kinjutsu, you didn't just throw something like that away. Every last clan in existence would hold on to it, no matter what it did or what it cost the hypothetical user to perform, even if they had to keep it under lock and key. Shino was the first to say anything. I find this surprising. Why? Because I didn't think you'd know what the word fatalistic meant. It was Shino's attempt at a joke to break some of the tension, but all it did was allow the floodgates to open for the most level-headed of Naruto's inner circle. Tenten suddenly found a strong desire to throw something at Naruto's head. Something sharp, not blunt, seeing as how he had apparently suffered enough concussive trauma to his brain if these were the sorts of ideas he had rattling around upstairs. Why? The bun-haired Kunoichi asked quietly. Why? 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 She repeated louder and louder before reaching out and grabbing Naruto by the front of his vest. Why? Naruto hadn't expected Tenten to be enthused by what he had to tell them, but he hadn't expected her response to be quite so volatile. Why what? Tenten shook him by his vest, punctuating every sentence with another shake. Why is this your first idea? Why do all of your ideas involve you doing the riskiest thing you can think of at the time? Why can't you just sit the F down for 5 minutes, chill out, and just catch your breath? Why are you like this? Naruto didn't know which question took precedence in order of importance. As he was also fairly certain the questions grew more rhetorical as they went on, so he answered chronologically. Technically, this wasn't my first idea. Winging it with Kurama was my first idea. Then the Alpha clan showed up with their own Jinchuriki, so the Senju clan was my second idea. This would be the third. So come up with a fourth idea. Tenten snapped. One that isn't crazy. 1T. Hat doesn't put you square in the crosshairs of the people who probably want to kill you the most. Naruto scoffed and gently removed Tenten's hands from his garment. Come on, Tenten. The most. The Uzumaki clan would probably be third highest on the list, at best. Fourth now, if me and Dad pissed off the Alphas enough. Probably fifth. Chiyuya chimed in. I'm pretty sure that May Lady from Mizu no Kuni is pretty pissed at you too. That's one still fresh. Naruto gestured to her, co-signing to the point she was making. Tenten slumped down to the ground, her back against a tree. It was still early in the day, and she already felt tired. It's so hard to love you, Naruto. I swear to God, you make it so hard sometimes. A wave of guilt rolled through Naruto at his best friend's reaction. He had just wanted to inform her of his next move. He hadn't been seeking to recruit her to take part. He would never ask Tenten to do anything she truly didn't want to. Hey, you don't have to go. You know good and damn well I'm going. Tenten exclaimed, ripping clumps of dirt and grass from the ground to pelt him with. Chiyuya stood back and watched as Naruto covered up from the barrage of soil and sod. As funny as it is to see Buns lose her shit, she kinda has a point, she said. Golden boy, do you ever fucking, stop? Naruto didn't understand the question. He hummed. Body covered in debris. Are you always so extra? Chiyuya asked. Just since I've been hanging out with you ran all over the world to Mizu, fought one of the 7 swordsmen and some dude with the motherfucking Rinnegan. Literally half a day after you got home from that, you ran all over the countryside again and picked a fight with the Alpha clan. She ignored Naruto's mutterings that he didn't start that fight. Then tried your luck with the Senju. Now you want to sneak into another place filled with people who I'm guessing also want your head on a stick, also you can steal their shit, she finished. Turning to address Naruto's closest friends, is he always like this? Yes, both Tenten and Shino dryly replied simultaneously. Awesome. Chiyuya huffily blew her bangs out of her face. Good to know I'm in bed with a complete busybody. Naruto squinted his eyes in her direction. Are you talking about ninja stuff, or the other thing? Chiyuya chuckled. Why not both? She said with a smile before she noticed Tenten watching them with a smug expression. What are you looking at, buns? Nothing, nothing, Tenten said as she stood, dusting off her Hakama-style pants. So, when are we leaving? You're sure you want to go? Naruto asked tentatively. Tenten walked over and clapped a hand on Naruto's shoulder. If you're really set on this, there's no way I'm letting you deal with your old clan alone. Nor will I, Shino added, placing his own hand on Naruto's other shoulder. You know you can count on my support. As wonderful as the moment of camaraderie was, Iyuya quickly decided to opt out of taking part. Killer. You all have fun with that. I'll see you all when you get back, if you don't get killed, that is. You're not coming with us, Chiyuya? Naruto asked with a tilt of his head. Chiyuya fought the urge to bite her own lip at the sight. People were idiots. They thought that this was supposed to be some kind of monster in human flesh. Not a chance. And why did she find little things like that attractive? Gee, give me a break, you goober. I'm still getting settled in around here. I can't just run off for who knows how long already. It was an excuse, but one that was good enough for Naruto. Alright. Well, if you need anything while we're gone, I'll make sure Mom will help you. Chiyuya nodded absently. Honestly, she had nothing more that she necessarily needed to do to set herself up to stay there. Her home was set up and she was steadily getting the lay of the land. She simply didn't want to join herself to anyone at the hip. The village as the most comfortable place she could ever remember staying. She was getting closer to select others. After only knowing them for 2 months, she was beginning to get along well with Tenten. She liked Naruto a lot, and that was scary to her. The idea of putting down real roots was utterly foreign. Even when she'd had her houseboat moored to the floating city of Hashikegai, it had been more of a hub than a home. That was why it hadn't been too terribly difficult to leave Mizuno Kuni for the mainland when the opportunity had presented itself. She had never found anything in life to get attached to before. The feeling that she was actually starting to do so, that she kind of wanted to do so, frightened her. Tsuchi no Kuni water screen cave. C realized quickly that Darui had been S.P.O.T. on when it came to his estimation of Itachi's abilities. Not only was Itachi as dangerous as his status of clan inheritor would suggest, he had in fact been underselling himself. The Alpha clan pair should have had the advantage. It was 2-on-1, in the dark where the Sharingan wouldn't be as effective, where C could use his sensor abilities in lieu of sight. Any use Itachi tried to make of H's Sharingan could quickly be turned against him with blinding effectiveness due to C's own jutsu. Tactically, they held all the cards. Strength-wise as well, they weren't exactly lacking either. C was a highly skilled and decorated shinobi, experienced and battle-tested. Darui was a complete monster in his own right. He had been trained by the previous Alpha and served as the right-hand man of the current one, with many unique techniques at his disposal that no one else could duplicate. His strength was never in question. And yet, C felt wholly out of place. C let out a soft gasp as Itachi made to appear directly in front of him from the shadows themselves, kunai in hand, the lethally sharp tip poking out from beneath his cloak. C leapt back to get whatever distance he could, but it wouldn't be enough to get him out of harm's way. He had been caught flat-footed. Nope. Darui rolled through 5 hand seals with great haste before Itachi could reach C. Sweden. Sujinheki water release. Water formation wall. Darui spat a stream of water from his mouth at the ground between C and Itachi. The water circled around C and rose to create a wall that cut off Itachi's access to him. Just as quickly, the water suddenly broke into a wave that crested in Itachi's direction, threatening to carry him away. As the water hit Itachi's form, he seemed to break apart into several crows that flew themselves to safety. A clone. The moment C registered this, however, he could hear the sounds of metal clanging. Turning his head, he saw Itachi and Darui engaged with one another at close range. Sparks flew in the dark as Itachi pitted his straight sword against Darui's cleaver blade. The latter used broad structure of the blade to hide his body behind it, avoiding several of Itachi's sneakier strikes and persistent combinations. Itachi's speed advantage kept him clear of Darui's retaliatory swings. The length and overall size of the sword gave Darui more reach, something Itachi remained wary of as he darted in and out. It was only when Darui applied lightning chakra to his sword that Itachi chose to disengage. In addition to lightning chakra making Darui's offense that much more potent, he ran the risk of breaking his own sword on it. C tried to use the opportunity to slip away. Sasuke, after all, was still free, searching the caves for the four tails. He had no idea how powerful Sasuke was on his own, but if Itachi believed in him enough to send him off on his own, he was likely more than capable of at least thwarting the Alpha clan's aims. From the corner of his eye, Itachi noticed C make his move toward the water and formed a tiger seal, Suigoden water release, water fang bullet. As C dashed to the nearby water, preparing to dive in, several pressurized projectiles formed underneath the surface. Just as he reached it, they shot from the water directly at him, spinning like drills. Watching the bullets fly his way, C found that he couldn't dodge them all. Noting their trajectories due to the trails that formed behind them, he prioritized the ones clearly headed for potentially fatal targets on his body and made sure to protect his vitals and his hands. Teeth grit determinedly, he felt 3 bullets hit him, the force sending him flying back. It wasn't a kill, Itachi noted, but he had wounded C. That was good progress. What was odd about it, however, was the lack of reaction from Darui. Even though the man had come across as a cool customer from the outset of the fight, Itachi had expected some kind of emotional response from seeing a comrade go down. The reason became clear when Itachi noticed the glow of green chakra surrounding C's hands as he ran them over his injuries. A medic, Itachi observed. He quickly found himself on the defensive as Darui recognized that he had picked up as much. Darui had already been rolling through hand seals, Raiden, Kangekiha lightning release, wave of inspiration. A crushing jet of water spewed from his mouth, charged with electricity. Itachi's eyes momentarily went wide, even as he avoided it altogether. He had been watching closely, preparing to copy whatever jutsu Darui used, till he actually saw what it was in real time. You can use water and lightning release in tandem. Impressive, he complimented. An honest-to-goodness fusion technique. The Alpha clan was shaping up to have more than just overwhelming numbers on their side. From Darui's display, they clearly had skilled men and women within their ranks. I can only do it with water and lightning, Darui admitted. Still haven't quite gotten the hang of mixing wind with either yet. Itachi felt his interest further piqued. You have 3 nature transformations. Itachi could use 3 separate elements as well, but that didn't make it any less notable. Just when he felt that Darui had run out of ways to impress him, I see 3 basic ones, Darui added with a shrug before hurling himself back into combat. All of this bought C precious time to heal himself. In a matter of minutes, he had managed to deal with the most severe of the damage, allowing him to remain an active combatant. But active and effective were 2 different things. As the battle escalated, C felt like more and more of a liability for Darui, but every attempt he made to leave simply prompted Itachi to target him instead, forcing Darui to step in and save him. None had been as devastating as the first time, but still he remained. Itachi was not about to let him leave. His positioning was sublime. No matter what Darui did, no matter how they tried to maneuver themselves around, Itachi always either kept himself between them and the passageway out, or kept the way out within his field of vision so that he could react to C's attempts to escape. Of the 2 of them, Darui had the best chance of even touching Itachi. Swallowing his pride and deciding to do what was best for the mission as a whole, C hung back and played a supporting role for the more effective direct threat against their enemy. Darui. 4 o'clock. C called out for his ally's benefit as Itachi dipped into a pitch-black portion of the cave. Got it, Darui replied, throwing a kunai with a paper bomb attached. Boom. Asterisk. The blast missed Itachi by a wide margin, but it also temporarily illuminated their surroundings. Darui used the slight moment of full visibility to pressure Itachi further, closing the distance between them by rushing to the area he saw Itachi moving toward. To keep Itachi from anticipating this and countering it, C would always try to keep himself in Itachi's line of sight and out of Darui's, supporting the latter by periodically making use of his lightning illusion flash, first to force Itachi's gaze away from Darui and to hopefully implant an image that would leave him vulnerable. No matter how well C tried to time this, however, both the blinding effect and the false images he created only seemed to affect Itachi for an instant. Nothing lasting enough for Darui to exploit. Itachi seemed to be able to work around being unable to see, usually responding by lashing out with startlingly accurate shuriken jutsu that C had to eak concentration on his own jutsu to dodge. Even knowing the Sharingan was notoriously effective at seeing through genjutsu, it was as though all it took for Itachi to break through C's genjutsu was to blink his eyes. It was maddening. While Darui could still compete, as C knew that he still had much more up his sleeve, C had no choice but to concede that he himself was out of his league. Despite that, he felt Itachi was also still holding back significantly. Sasuke tried not to concern himself with his brother's well-being as he continued to make his way through Water Screen Cave. He trusted in Itachi's ability to fend for himself against any foe, whether he was outnumbered or not. Besides, Sasuke had his own problems to worry about. While it felt good for Itachi to have full confidence in Sasuke's ability to deal with a tailed beast, that didn't make the reality of actually doing it a simple task. Fighting Uzumaki Naruto was always an ordeal, and he was just an overpowered idiot as far as Sasuke was concerned. From every story told involving a tailed beast, taking on a real one was akin to fighting a force of nature. Which begged the question, how exactly did the Alpha Clan plan on capturing it? There was no way they were going to just seal it into a Jinchuriki on the spot. They had to have a means to contain it and move it to a more reasonable location. The tracking skill Sasuke picked up during previous clashes with the Inuzuka clan came in handy, as Sasuke was able to pick up on the trail of the Alpha Clan. Though it took some time, he was able to find and catch up to them. Eventually, all he had to do was follow the echoing roars he began to hear. As he went deeper underground, the cave began to shake and things about the cave itself began to change. Instead of cold and wet, it started to feel warmer, steadily increasing in temperature until it was eventually sweltering. It didn't take long to learn why. The cave eventually opened up into a massive chamber, but it was completely different from any other part of it that Sasuke had seen. The last corridor leading to the chamber seemed to have been carved out of the earth itself, differently from everywhere else. There were lava flows running through areas along the ground. On the bright side, with the natural light the flows created, Sasuke could see properly again. And they made it obvious that he was close to where he needed to be. It was upon entering the open chamber itself that Sasuke got his first glimpse of the Four Tails. The Four Tails was a titanic red-furred and green-skinned gorilla. It had eyes with yellow irises and white pupils, spike-like protrusions along the length of its tails, long, blunt fangs, and two long horns curving upwards on its forehead like a crown. The size of the opening underground made sense. The Four Tails had merely carved out its own den to make itself comfortable, and it was already receiving guests by the time Sasuke arrived. The Alpha Clan had a plan, it appeared. A quick headcount estimation of shinobi visible to Sasuke's keen eyes noted at least 200 uniformed, armored men and women working in coordination against the Four Tails. The gigantic tailed beast raged and roared, swinging its massive arms around, smashing walls and rock formations as it tried to crush and kill nimble attackers that seemed to be assigned to pestering and aggravating it with powerful, painful ninjutsu and ranged weaponry. Paper bombs were thrown into and detonated in the Four Tails' face. Various flash tags kept going off, blinding it and making sure that Chi could never tell quite where any of its diminutive targets were. In strategic positions around the cave, there were several Alpha Clan shinobi trying to wrangle the four tails with special chains, imbued with Fuionjutsu. Things weren't going perfectly, and there were more than a few injured and dead, crushed and burned by the four tails' might, but it was the most efficient pitched effort against Chi-tailed beast that Sasuke could envision seeing. Everyone had their roles, and they executed those roles to the letter. They were stalwarts in their duty, never flinching in the face of the four tails' raw power. Of course, it made perfect sense that the Alpha Clan, with two active Jinchuriki and experience with having them, would have developed a method for dealing with tailed beasts themselves. While all of the tailed beasts had their individual quirks and abilities that any battle plan had to be tailored to, the general idea for taking them on was fairly uniform. Limit their movement, keep them unable to focus on any individual threat in particular, prevent them from manifesting their full destructive power. All of these things were applicable and encouraged. In fact, it could be argued that they were musts in fighting tailed beasts, and the Alpha Clan had turned it into a science. Bring it out. One of the Alpha Clan shinobi shouted to their support team, bring out the pot. Quote, get the Kohaku no Johei amber purifying pot. Hurry. A large pot was unsealed from an ornate storage scroll and carried forth to where several shinobi were trying to hold down the four tails with their chains. It had to be a sealing device, which meant Sasuke needed to intervene. Sasuke had prepared in advance to deal with the major numerical advantage that he knew the Alpha Clan would have at their disposal by default. With the distraction of the four tails, it gave him the opportunity to thin their numbers and make a splash right from the outset. Quickly sneaking around the cave, Sasuke ate up several stakes to create hard points for him to set up ninja wire, also wrapping it around rock formations. The Alpha Clan didn't notice him, and his Sharingan allowed him to keep an eye out to prevent anyone from seeing him before he launched his attack. Once he was prepared, Sasuke pulled out a single Fuma Shuriken, opening it up to expose all four blades of the deadly weapon. With the end of his prepared ninja wire tied through the opening in the middle, he took aim and threw it. Amidst all the commotion of the battle with the four tails, the individual closest to the Kohaku no Johei didn't notice the weapon coming his way until it was embedded in his torso, killing him. Sasuke's aim and spacing had been perfect, throwing it from just the distance it needed to pull tight the SLA CK of the ninja wire strewn about the cave, revealing a tangled, complex array that ran around, between, and through the Alpha Clan positions. Before the weapon even hit its mark, Sasuke had already charted the four hand seals he needed to activate his intended technique. Kaden. Ryuka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Dragon Fire Jutsu. From a strand of wire he held in his mouth, Sasuke breathed fire that ran the length of the wire, splitting off onto the various tangled strands. Whole lines of enemies found themselves engulfed in flames. Anyone touching the wire, or too close as the flame passed, fell victim. Just like that, the Alpha Clan's available manpower fell by an entire tenth. The sudden shock and surprise of losing an entire portion of their restraining and sealing teams immediately resulted in more losses when the four tails took advantage of its right arm being freed. Hooting and bellowing, the massive gorilla raised its fist in the air, using chakra to coat it in lava, before slamming it down on the ground repeatedly. With every smash, lava burst from the ground like water from a geyser. Anyone too close and too slow found themselves caught up in the miniature eruptions. In a matter of seconds, a precise operation being executed to the letter had turned into utter chaos and carnage. An overseeing officer for the Alpha Clan could only watch as everything started to fall apart. Turning his eyes back in the direction that the first flames originally came from, he noticed Sasuke standing atop a rock, observing the scene. What's the meaning of this, Uchiha? He snarled. Sasuke smirked down at him. My mission is to make sure you don't get your hands on the four tails. Period. Out of anger, the man pressed his fist to his palm and swiftly pulled it away. Raiden, Supa Kumuchi, lightning release, spark whip. A whip made of pure electric chakra sprang to life, held at the ready. Your clan will pay for this. This means war. War wasn't anything new for the Uchiha clan. It always seemed like they were at odds with someone. If they were in between tilts against the Senju clan, it was the Hyuga, or the Inazuka, or any other number of clans. As far as Sasuke was concerned, a war with the Alpha clan was nothing out of the ordinary. As if you weren't already planning on starting it yourselves. Or are you moving south out of Kaminari no Kuni again on vacation? Sasuke replied, anyway, I think you've got bigger things to worry about right now. He gestured his head to the rampaging Four Tails. By this time, the Four Tails had freed itself from the rest of the chains and had begun rampaging with impunity. Everything was in complete disarray. The chamber began to fill with magma from the ground up. The cave began to resemble the inside of a volcano with every second that passed. The mission was blown. They were losing people too quickly, had lost most of the restraining team already. A glance back Sasuke's way revealed that he had already left. His job was done, after all. There was no need to stick around for anything else. Not when he also ran the risk of incurring the Four Tails' wrath. Fall back. The order went out, albeit begrudgingly. Grab the Kohaku no Jousei and go. Now, they could locate the Four Tails and try to capture it again sometime later. They could not, however, risk losing one of the treasured tools of the Sage of Six Paths. That was a degree of failure that would cost whatever survivors remained from the mission their heads. To say that a would not be pleased was an understatement too overt to properly put into words. Unknown location border with Tetsu no Kuni. To get the best view of the world one lived in, sometimes it was best to take a look at it from the outside. That was Shimura Danzo's reasoning for his plans to leave the lower elemental nations in order to spend some time in the country of Tetsu no Kuni. Tetsu no Kuni was a land utterly free of shinobi, neutral from the conflicts that plunged the rest of the world in perpetual combat. It was the perfect place for a man like him to keep out of reach of the countless enemies who would seek to take his head. Now that the Alpha clan seemed to be descending from Kaminari no Kuni to extend their reach further, such a sojourn seemed prudent. There was no need to be in the crossfire when he could watch from afar. With most of his operatives active in the field across the elemental nations, Danzo bade his usual personal guard leave him alone to cross into Tetsu no Kuni alone, while they find their own way in. The samurai were not to be trifled with, and he wished to give them as little reason to scrutinize him as possible. His guards could keep watch over him from the shadows. After all, that was where they were meant to operate from anyway. Of course, that left a small window of opportunity for anyone looking to get close to him. Though that was an opportunity that very few were capable of exploiting, as the first step to doing so was assessing the ability to locate Danzo in the first place. It turned out, Orochimaru was one of those people. The snake masquerading as a man appeared before Danzo on a stone bridge spanning a deep, rocky river expanse, seemingly waiting on him. "Hello, Danzo," Orochimaru greeted pleasantly, his piercing gaze staring straight through the subject of his attention. As innocuous as the greeting was, here was always an underlying edge to every word that came out of Orochimaru's mouth. Even the most innocent remark was delivered, either intentionally or not, with enough chilling menace to give the most hardened shinobi pause. This perception did nothing to bother Orochimaru. In fact, he reveled in the startling impression he left on every person who had ever met him. It turned out, Danzo was not one of those people. Any surprise Danzo may or may not have felt at Orochimaru's presence didn't outwardly register. "I would ask how you knew where to find me, but..." Orochimaru smiled. "Oh, come now, Danzo. I know how to keep in touch with all of my best customers." Which was why Danzo wasn't concerned. As one of Orochimaru's best customers, Danzo knew that whatever Orochimaru wanted with him, it wasn't to harm him. Which begged the question he was obligated to ask: "So, what business do you have with me?" Orochimaru approached Danzo slowly, before circling him like a predator. I had some interesting guests the other day. They came uninvited. Without warning, the pale-faced man chuckled to himself. They almost got their hands on some sensitive research. Almost. Danzo's ever-present frown grew more pronounced. The actions of the Alpha clan have nothing to do with me. Really now? Orochimaru asked, because they knew exactly where to find 3 of my hideouts and hit them simultaneously. He hissed in aggravation as he stood behind Danzo. There are select few people on this planet who know where even one is. Even less who know where to find multiple. Clients got in touch with Orochimaru via outside contacts who then informed his underlings and passed on requests to him. Given that he dealt with extremely dangerous people, and that his methods tended to make many enemies, he always worked to keep some distance between himself and others outside of his influence. At least 1 degree of separation at all times, even when receiving deliveries and payment. Exceptions were rare, such as when he found himself intrigued by a client and felt the desire to assess them, when he needed to explain how his creations worked, or just when he wanted to see the fruits of his labor in action. In this case, however, a more direct approach was needed. Danzo also wasn't the type who would let just anyone get near him without his own reasons. Danzo didn't flinch, despite Orochimaru's attempts to intimidate him. Do you truly believe that I gave the Alpha clan the location of your hideouts? He asked. Oh, I'm just going down the list, Orochimaru replied, his tone then turning sharper. It's a list of 1. By the way, Danzo shook his head at the threatening undertone of the man's words. Such posturing was wholly unnecessary. I figured you to be a more intelligent man, Orochimaru, he said. Beginning to calmly walk out Orochimaru's reach, the Alpha clan figures into none of my aims. Quite the opposite in fact. What they're doing threatens to upset the delicate Bala NCE of the shinobi world that I have struggled to maintain. Ah, yes, your glorious balance, Orochimaru said tauntingly. How is that working out for you, by the way? Between Namikaze Minato, the Jinchuriki, the increasing instability of Rinnegan wielder Uzumaki Nagato, and the aforementioned Alpha clan, not well. Danzo did not admit to any of this, however, the same as it ever is, if he felt any consternation. He didn't allow it to show on his expression or in his tone. Of course, Orochimaru said patronizingly, regardless if you are not the informant, who is? Danzo's cane tapped the stone with every step as he walked over to gaze out over the bridge at vast mountains surrounding them. Who, indeed? If Danzo had the answer to that question, it never would have become a problem in the first place. Not for him, and not for the elemental nations as a whole. It wasn't for lack of trying, either. Danzo surmised that whoever it was, they had been positioning themselves for a very long time. Every attempt I have made over the last 15 or so years to insert spies and saboteurs into the Alpha clan ranks has failed, Danzo said. Someone there knows of me. Knows about how I and my foundation operate. And they know intimately enough to thwart me. There was someone else playing the Game of Thrones from the shadows. Someone with their own grand aims for the shinobi world. And those aims looked to run contrary to Danzo's. That simply would not be permissible. With Naruto no Kuni unnamed allied shinobi village. Naruto, Shino, and Tenten spent the rest of the RNING in the early afternoon gathering supplies and preparing to set out. Having done this so many times on short notice, the team had a well-oiled routine for their excursions. Tenten would always serve as quartermaster. When it came to supplies such as food and general weaponry that they would all share, she was the best at getting everything together, quickly sorting it all out neatly. Shino was very detail-oriented. Whenever he found himself on one of these missions, he would take care of laying out the route, setting up the most efficient ways to navigate the countryside, avoid potentially hostile clans, and get them where they needed to be with the least amount of hassle. Whenever he didn't go on a mission, it felt like merely traveling caused a lot more problems. It was always Naruto's job to get clearance for whatever they were going to do. Since a good number of the missions they went on were really just things done on a whim at Naruto's behest, it was only fair that the entire Irresponsibility of selling their superiors, his parents, on whatever it was fell on his shoulders. He had spent all morning thinking about how he was going to sell Kushina on his heading out again so soon. Above all else, he knew he couldn't tell her where he planned on going, lest he find himself tethered to his room with his mother's chakra chains. Fortunately, or unfortunately, he didn't have to worry so much about how he would explain himself. Naruto sat in the downstairs lobby of the hotel his family had been using as their home base. His eyes were fully open, unblinking as the sounds of his mother and father getting physically reacquainted with one another sounded out through the building. He desperately tried to mentally project himself anyplace but there, to no avail. Yes, Minato. God. Fuck. Minato had just returned from training on MT Myoboku with Jiraiya. Where the Toad Sage himself had gotten off to, Naruto didn't know. Nor did he care, given the sounds assaulting his senses. And it wasn't just him having to deal with it. "I'm so sorry about the noise," Naruto embarrassedly mumbled to some of the staff as they passed by, red in the face as the shouts and knocking sounds continued. He wouldn't have been surprised if they could be heard down the street. On some level, Naruto felt this was a response from the universe for ditching the party the night before to sleep with Tayuya. It didn't seem fair though. The two of them had been discreet, they hadn't disturbed anyone, and they had been responsible. To subject him to this was just cruel. The embarrassment compounded when Kakashi and Anko walked in, back from their search mission. Kakashi had his usual indecipherable expression on his masked face. "You look like you're having a great time," he said sarcastically. Anko grinned up a storm at Naruto's clear discomfort. "What's the matter, brat? You don't like hearing this? These are the sounds of your conception." "Ah!" Naruto groaned, head in his hands as Anko cackled. "Where is your sister?" Kakashi asked. "Far," Naruto said, "far away from this godforsaken building. Fu's playing with her." At least Minato and Kushina had the good sense to get Kana a babysitter before they started going at each other. Thank goodness for small mercies. She didn't need to see or hear any of this. As long as Naruto had a say in things, that child would be kept clear of as many of the woes of the world that had afflicted Naruto at a young age, be it violence or faster. That, even Tenten couldn't help but wince as she entered the hotel, her cheeks slightly reddened with embarrassment. She too had heard this far too often since her adolescence, though it didn't hit home as personally as it did for Naruto. "Well, Minato-sama is back," she deadpanned. "Yeah, I noticed," Naruto replied just as dryly. "Oh, Kakashi-sensei and Anko too," Tenten reacted upon noticing their presence. "How was your mission?" Kakashi made a non-committal gesture. "A mixed bag, really," he said enigmatically. It was the kind of non-answer Naruto and Tenten were accustomed to when it came to their old teacher. "So, guess who we met, studying on the Sarutobi clan's mountain range?" Naruto and Tenten looked at each other before shrugging. "Conan." Apparently, Nagato is busy reading up on something or another. Naruto's gaze sharpened. It took every ounce of compo. Sure, he had not to grin or send a meaningful look Tenten's way, but he knew she had the same thought as him. Is he still there? Anko shrugged. They didn't seem like they planned on going back to Uzu no Kuni anytime soon. Why? Naruto didn't say anything at first. He simply looked over at Tenten, who sighed and stomped off. Yeah, I'm getting the rest of my things, then we'll grab Shino and go." "You're not going to go fight him, are you?" Kakashi quickly accused. "Hell no," Naruto scoffed. "Been there, done that, brought back a souvenir for the trouble. Chiyuya's totally going to stab you when I tell her you called her a souvenir." Tenten called out from down the hall. "Tenten, go get your stuff," Naruto shouted after her. Kakashi remained skeptical, continuing to eye Naruto with uncertainty. "Do you promise?" "I know what you're like." Naruto rolled his eyes and put his right hand over his heart. "Kakashi, I promise, I'm not going anywhere near the Sarutobi clan's territory to fight Nagato. Now, whenever my mom and dad are done." Naruto winced and shuddered at the sound of his parents moaning in unison. "With that, can you tell them I took off to go do a thing?" Well, I do have to debrief anyway, Kakashi said as he momentarily considered the request to pass on a message. Oh, sure. Why not? You've suffered enough. Go on. Get out of here. Naruto pressed his hands together and bowed gratefully. And that's why you're my favorite mentor. Kakashi's single visible eye crinkled as he smiled behind his mask. Now you're lying, he said brightly. Choosing to neither confirm nor deny this, Naruto took the first opportunity given to him to bolt from the inn. Kakashi could swear he even tapped into Kurama's chakra for an instant to get him farther away faster. It idly occurred to Kakashi in the immediate aftermath that he never asked Naruto what it was he planned on heading out to do, nor where he was going. All Naruto told him, assured him of, was what he didn't plan on doing. Oh well, if Naruto wasn't going after Nagato, it wasn't likely he was doing anything too terribly outlandish. As insanely hard to kill as the young man was, it was hard to imagine I.M. putting himself into a situation dangerous enough that he couldn't handle. Tenten likely would have put an end to that before it ever began. Yes, there was nothing to worry about. Probably. Maybe. Meh. They were big kids. They dealt with Nagato and Konan. What could happen? Despite the implications that came with the plan to go to Uzu no Kuni, the trip began without incident. Even with the potential danger Naruto knew he and his friends were set to head into, and despite the seriousness of his reason behind their journey, he couldn't help but have an extra pep in his step. His enthusiasm wasn't particularly infectious. However, Tenten was grateful for Shino's return to their little team, mostly because she had someone else that could help serve as a balance against Naruto's overwhelming insanity. Not to interrupt you whistling your way to the gallows, Tenten said as they traveled to the coast to secure transport across the sea. Do we have an actual plan here? Any idea of what we're doing? Where we're aiming for once were Uzu? Naruto could feel his friend's consternation. While Shino hadn't voiced his own concerns, he knew that the Aburame would also appreciate some assurance that there was a plan. Well, I was going to save all of that for when we actually made it onto a ship and had the chance to sit down. He knew they would have his back regardless, but he owed it to them to make sure as many T's were crossed and I's were dotted as possible. Trust me, we're not winging this one. The Uzumaki clan would be none too welcoming to him, exile and abomination that he was. He wouldn't be able to walk through the front gates. They would have to sneak in, trying their best to get in and out without being discovered. From what Kakashi had told them, Nagato was seemingly away from his homeland on a sojourn of his own. There would be no better time to pull off whatever cockamamie scheme they could come up with to achieve their objective to scour the clan cords for Uzumaki Mito's notes on Jinchuriki. It would not be safe. It would not be simple. It would not be easy. Which was why it was so off-putting that Naruto was so chipper. There was a very real possibility that they would all die. None more horribly than him, if things went wrong. It just feels good to have the crew back together, you know, Naruto said in his own defense. Shino was only gone for like 2 months. Tenten pointed out. Naruto went silent for a moment before saying anything else. Well, it felt longer, he eventually muttered. Shino finally came to his friend's defense. It's fine. Why? Because I see this as a good opportunity to catch up with each other. Tenten rolled her eyes. Oh, yeah. I can't think of any better way to catch up than going on an ultra-dangerous mission. And why couldn't we think this through more before leaving? Because if I learned anything from Dad, waiting and reacting is for losers. Naruto exclaimed. Take the initiative and make shit happen. Be the change that you wish to see, Ibeo. Despite invoking Minato, Naruto also ignored that his genius of a father probably would have had an entire plan, backup plan, and secondary contingency all mapped out in his head by the time he'd finished packing to leave. But there was no way his cohorts would have expected quite that much out of him. Just because Naruto and Minato were related didn't mean their brains worked the same. After all, they were similar, yet different in many ways. They shared many physical features, eye color, hair color and texture, but Naruto looked more like his mother than his father. From recent developments, They also seemed to share similar tastes in women, favoring the headstrong and direct types. Naruto's budding relationship with the newest member of their inner circle had piqued Tenten's interest the moment it had come to her attention. It had brought her no end of amusement to needle to Yuya about it while Naruto had been gone. Thus, it was only fair to do the same to him. "So, we set out so fast. Did you kiss to Yuya goodbye before we left?" She teased. Even with Naruto leading the way, she could see the tips of his ears turn red from embarrassment. "No, I didn't kiss to Yuya goodbye," Naruto exclaimed before speaking in a more reserved manner. "I've never kissed to Yuya at all." Tenten's intentions on teasing her best friend went squarely out the window at that. Replaced by surprise and curiosity. "What? You haven't? Why not?" she asked, trying to properly put things together. "Wait, you two have slept with each other?" "I know you have. If you did that, you had to have." Naruto glanced back with a frown and shook his head. "Really?" Naruto winced at Tenten's incredulous tone, but he understood. She wasn't the only one confused by where the relationship stood. Naruto himself was still trying to figure it out. "It's not like I haven't tried," he defended. "I thought I was supposed to, actually. But whenever I go to do it, she just won't." He didn't want to push the subject because they had only known each other for just under 2 months. In the grand scheme of things, they were still getting to know each other. Enten fought the urge to be offended for the sake of Naruto, who was ostensibly like a brother to her. Yuya wasn't stringing Naruto along or playing hard to get. That much she had ascertained from talking to her about it already. "Well, I don't think it's because she doesn't like you," Tenten said, trying to be encouraging. "I wasn't thinking that way," Naruto said, smiling reassuringly. "She told me a bit about her past. It makes a lot of sense when you take that stuff into account. I can't really say anything though. It's her story." "I get it," Tenten said, before getting back to her teasing, striking gold with her next remark. "I just can't believe out of the 3 of us, it's looking like Naruto got into a relationship first. And what the hell is that supposed to mean?" Naruto exclaimed amid Tenten's giggles. Tenten explained herself. "You know, the whole Jinchuriki thing has always made it hard for you to get people to like you, girls especially. Also you're kind of a lot." He noticeably deflated at that. Unable to dispute that he could be somewhat overwhelming at times, on the other hand, Shino has the whole stoic and mysterious thing going for him. "Thank you," Shino chimed in at the friendly compliment. Naruto, meanwhile, found himself hung up on one of Tenten's remarks made in passing. "Wait, girls don't like me." Tenten had the grace to look sheepish at how bluntly she had handled. "I mean, I know one who does but not really, and the one girl she meant liked him wasn't Yuya, but it wasn't her place to go into any detail on that, remember Tamari." Yuto's eyes lit up at the reminder of the beautiful fan-wielding sand nomad. "Yeah, Gaara's big sister. She hates you," Tenten interrupted before Naruto could convince himself otherwise. "Remember the last time we saw them? You kept hitting on her until she blew you into a dune." He did. Even 2 years removed from the incident in question, he could still hear Konkuro's laughter at his expense. It still seemed like a bit of an overreaction on Temari's part to some compliments and positive attention to him though. It seemed that while persistence and tenacity were some of Naruto's key traits, it wasn't always for the best. And that Sakura girl from the other day, the one that works for Senju Nawaki, Tenten added, she seemed like she'd rather have been anywhere else whenever you tried to talk to her. Naruto had definitely noticed that, and pouted at the recent memory. "I wasn't even hitting on her, he'd just been friendly with the pink-haired girl. She had been quite pretty though." "It's not like you're bad," Tenten said, trying to salvage her friend's ego. "You just don't have that instant charm like Minato-sama has. You tend to grow on people. Like a fungus." Shino added in what he saw as positive reinforcement. "You're an acquired taste. Also like a fungus." Despite Tenten and Shino's questionable if not well-meaning attempts to mollify Naruto's ego, the damage was done, thanks. "Guys," he droned sarcastically, if I ever need character references, I'll go straight to you two. You know Kuni unnamed allied shinobi village. Naruto was gone. Again. Off gal. Liventing around the elemental nations on whatever task struck his fancy. Minato held back the urge to sigh. Kushina did, however. Both of them shared similar sentiments after hearing from the recent L.Y. returned Kakashi that Naruto had left a message with him to pass on to them. They were apparently busy at the time. Understandable really, that he didn't feel like sticking around to inform his parents directly of his intentions to head out. Still, that didn't make it any less vexing to them that he had picked up and taken off on a whim. So, Naruto just took Tenten and Shino and left, Minato said. Summarizing what little Kakashi had told him of Naruto's would-be adventure. Kakashi nodded. That's right. Where are they going? I don't know. What are they doing? I don't know. Kushina narrowed her eyes at the masked shinobi's flippant attitude over her son's whereabouts. What do you know, Kakashi? Anko chuckled and took the opportunity to interject. I know that if I ever want to make easy work of Naruto, all I have to do is play a recording of you two banging, she quipped, much to Minato and Kushina's chagrin. The poor kid had a pretty good 1,000-yard stare going when we saw him sitting outside. Wonder how many times he's heard that. Kakashi shook his head pitifully, taking the opportunity to pile on against his benefactor and the man's spouse. His tent was always right by theirs whenever we all traveled together. It was too dangerous to give him earplugs, in case someone tried sneaking up on the camp at night. Judging from what I heard, I don't think earplugs would have helped him that much. Anko replied. Oh, it isn't always that loud, but you do have a point, Kakashi said. Tents are just fabric, after all. Not really good for blocking noise. Besides, once you hear that kind of thing from your parents, you probably can't unhear it. I'm pretty sure Naruto can identify whatever night Kanako was conceived. With Kushina's face as red as her hair and Minato not too far behind. The latter interrupted Kakashi and Anko's back and forth. Are you two going to give me your report any time today? Or are you just going to provide running commentary on my son's possible emotional trauma? Quote, I wouldn't call it trauma. Kakashi tried for one last jab only to feel the full ire of the yellow flash and the hot-blooded habanero. He deduced that he pushed his luck as far as he could in that regard. Ahem, anyway, about the search. We found two things, Anko said, Jack and shit. I'd assume you went to the Sarutobi clan. Minato asked. When Kakashi confirmed as much, he resolved to reimburse the silver-haired shinobi the cost to gain access to their village and archives. Kakashi continued his report. Things weren't entirely fruitless. Sarutobi Asuma had some insight I think we may want to act on, he said, offering a sliver of hope that there was a lead to be followed. He was front and center when the Fire Daimyo was receiving Danzo's counsel. Which means he's seen how Danzo works, heard how he encourages others in power to operate. He suggested that Danzo may have a mole in our ranks. Minato was dumbfounded. There was a spy already. Before anything had officially gotten off the ground. Then again, while the physical alliance was still in its nascent stage, the idea had been around for years. If someone like Danzo had really been concerned with it, he could have set up something long before the present. Wonderful. Minato pressed his palm to his forehead with a smack, and dragged his hand down his face. Wonderful. I'm guessing we have no clue who this would be. I wouldn't be surprised if it was more than only one shinobi, Minato-sama, Kakashi continued. For all we know, it could be an entire enclave of freelancer shinobi or even an entire clan. As negative as such an outlook was, Kushina couldn't help but see it as a realistic possibility. You are pretty welcoming about who you let join, honey. Yes, because the idea was to bring all shinobi together. To espouse that as his mission statement and then exclude whole groups for anything less than concrete reasons would be talking out of both sides of his mouth. That didn't mean that clans and individuals weren't thoroughly vetted before being allowed in. That was a big portion of what Minato used Jiraiya for. His mentor traveled far and wide. using his connections to form an information network that he used to dig up pertinent details on anything and everything of note. Minato could only imagine how livid Jiraiya would be upon learning of the possibility of someone spying on them from Danzo from within their ranks. The man took great pride in his own position as something of an information specialist. He wouldn't even have to ask Jiraiya to put in the legwork to sniff out an undercover agent. He would likely volunteer all on his own. All they could do was try to focus on the advantages they still had at the moment. Kakashi had been discreet while in town, never letting on to anyone what his mission had been. That discretion likely extended to everywhere he and Anko had gone looking, never saying more than he needed in the open to get what they needed. Asuma had likely been the only person he had spoken to directly regarding Danzo. That meant that it was highly unlikely any spies would know that anyone was onto them. There was still a chance they could smoke any spies out before the spies realized that they were made. If they could manage that, they could find a way to use them against Danzo before he became aware that the tables had turned. Kakashi, Minato started, I'm going to need you to take the lead on looking into things, at least until Jiraiya returns. Of course, Kakashi readily agreed. I already have a few ideas of where to begin. And I know this doesn't need to be said, but keep things as low-key as possible. Discretion is the word of the day, Minato-sama. With the threat of the Alpha clan still present not too far away, it was best to delegate dealing with spies to Kakashi. He could handle it. As much as Minato still preferred handling things himself, there were too many plates he needed to keep spinning to see to everything firsthand. The joy of being in charge. Hino Kuni Uchiha clan headquarters. Celebrating accomplishments in the Uchiha clan could be different than it was for other shinobi. While there was ample pay and accolades for a job well done, much of the time, success was merely met with more responsibility, more danger. As the most powerful clan in the elemental nations, it was expected that the Uchiha would come out on top in most situations. When Itachi and Sasuke were summoned by the clan head, their father, directly, they had no doubt that they would either be admonished for not performing to expectations, or they would be given another difficult task as confirmation of their use and ability. The prize was considered more of one for Sasuke. Then again, of the two of them he was the one most eager to prove himself. Itachi had long since moved beyond needing to prove anything to anyone. Busy man that Uchiha Fugaku was, he preferred mixin' business with his personal time when it came to his family. Whenever he could, mission briefings and status reports from Itachi and Sasuke were often done during meals or walks through the compound. It was a pleasant enough day. Though the season was beginning to turn, the weather was of little concern as Itachi and Sasuke recanted events revolving around their engagement with the Alpha clan at Water Screen Cave, and the thwarted attempt to seal the Four Tails for their own purposes. Fugaku revealed nothing of his impression on their performance at first. He simply took in the information stoically, only letting out a hum once they were finished. The Alpha clan are making incursions out from their known territory. Sources say there are forces gathering, mapping out staging areas to move into new areas. These are dangerous days, father, Itachi said. Of which there seems to be a never-ending supply, Fugaku said in agreement with his eldest child. He stopped and turned to both Itachi and Sasuke, regarding them both. The two of you did well in keeping the Alpha clan from capturing the Four Tails. The last thing anyone needs is another Jinchuriki running around, least of all one loyal to them. You've kept a powerful weapon out of the hands of our enemies. Sasuke silently preened at the praise from his father. It was rare when he received kudos in the same breath as his genius brother. Especially from a man as difficult to please as their father. Those moments were to be cherished. Itachi bowed his head in humility before returning to the business at hand. What is our next course of action? The Inuzuka clan front has grown quiet, Fugaku said. Itachi, I would have you take your choice of unit and see to Alpha clan advance parties. Find out when, how, and where they plan to attack. Use your forces to set a hard line in advantageous position, then call for reinforcements. Father, if I could offer an opinion? Itachi asked. Fugaku stared at him for a moment before nodding his consent. We need allies. We can call upon more of our affiliate clans to shoulder the burden if need be, Fugaku said, speaking in a manner that hedged his best. The truth was, if war came, the need would be certain. Against the Alpha clan, I fear that relying on affiliates may prove more hindrance than help, Itachi said. There are plenty of clans who would likely jump at the opportunity to play our sides against each other for their own benefit. If the Alpha clan continues to encroach south, there will be no benefit, Fugaku said. When the Alpha clan comes, they will not demand tribute the way we do. They will demand full submission and assimilation. It's in the best interests of our affiliates to side with us if they prefer to maintain their own autonomy and culture. To Itachi, that was a myopic view of the relationship between the Uchiha clan and those it had brought to heel. They were fully subordinate, but the term, affiliates, was easier for the proud shinobi placed beneath the Uchiha to accept than vassals, which was the more accurate way to describe them. Regardless of whether a clan is affiliated with us or not, would it not be more beneficial to form a pact of mutual defense with another force of similar size and strength to ours? Fugaku gave the measure some thought, if only to humor the, in his opinion, unrealistic aims of his otherwise brilliant progeny. There are only two options in that regard. There are the samurai, who, given their isolationist tendencies, we would be hard-pressed to so much as get a meeting with, let alone convince them to fight alongside us. And the senju, Itachi offered, recognizing his father's biggest hang-up with the thought of reaching out for a truce. Fugaku, true to form, quickly proved Itachi correct. An even greater impossibility. You know this. Is it really so far-fetched to imagine coming together to defeat an enemy that would see us both destroyed? Itachi asked. That would require re-putting countless decades of animosity and bloodshed on pause, Fugaku said. You're an intelligent young man, Itachi. Look past your idealism, embrace your pragmatism, and tell me the likelihood of such an occurrence. The Sage of Six Paths has a better chance of coming back from the dead first, Itachi replied. It was next to impossible, Itachi realized. It was simply human nature. Ill-feeling. NGS went back further than anyone could even remember. Countless fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, lovers, and more had been lost on both sides, losses that could never be forgotten and were unlikely to be forgiven. Meanwhile, the senju themselves don't seem overly concerned with the threat of the Alpha clan, Fugaku added. Enemy plans for a seasonal offensive are still on. At that, both Itachi and Sasuke's gazes sharpened. Where? Obito has obtained intelligence of Senju clan taking more missions in the south, an excuse to amass forces there, Fugaku said before turning to his youngest son, Sasuke. Your next assignment will be to meet up with him in Nami no Kuni to continue his work. You're sending Sasuke behind enemy lines? Itachi asked. Sasuke hid his excitement behind a veil of nonchalance. Hey, someone has to do it. This wasn't just fighting some battle on the frontier. It was real shinobi work, and it could be done for once away from the watchful gaze and out of the shadow of Itachi. Anytime their father sent him on a real mission, it always seemed to be as Itachi's tagalong. While he would still be working, presumably with Obito taking the lead, it was a major chance to prove himself. Uchiha Obito was one of the more skilled members of the Uchiha clan. The man was a veteran of countless conflicts and one of the finest solo scouts and saboteurs in the world. I believe Sasuke is fully capable of what will be required on this mission. This is also an opportunity for him to learn from one of the very best, Fugaku said, giving his vote of confidence. More importantly than anything though, it's my order. And that was all that mattered. As the head of the Uchiha clan, whatever Fugaku's word was, went. Itachi could disagree all he liked, all he could do was present an opinion. The decision was not his to make, of course, father. Now, have you any input on the group you would like to take for your mission? Fugaku asked. Itachi thought for a moment. Is Shisui's unit available? That is acceptable, Fugaku said before walking away. The new briefing now complete, send for them by this afternoon. I expect you both to move out on your assignments in 3 days. Both Sasuke and Itachi bowed out of respect. By the time they raised their heads, Fugaku had vanished in a shunshin, leaving the brothers behind. Once they were alone, Sasuke smirked. The humility he had displayed in remaining silent while his elders conversed slipped away. Now I'm finally getting the kinds of missions you get, without you. Itachi allowed his younger brother's braggadocio's remark to roll off of his back. Are you aware of the usual nature of Obito's work? Sasuke did. Everyone in the Uchiha clan did. Important missions done deep in hostile territory, with no support, no contingencies. And no resources on standby for extraction or retrieval. For almost 20 years, Obito had operated without teammates, vanishing behind enemy lines for weeks at a time, months even. It was rare for other members of the Uchiha clan or any of their allies to even see him. He answered only to Fugaku, the head of the clan. And you think you can do that yourself? Itachi carefully asked. Survive that. You'll see, Sasuke confidently replied. You worry about your mission. Don't concern yourself with mine. Surviving the kind of mission assigned to someone like Uchiha Obito, and playing a part in making it a success, was exactly the kind of thing that would finally show Sasuke's individual worth to his father. He would prove himself Itachi's equal in clan value once and for all. He would stand alongside Itachi at the top of Uchiha clan affairs for their generation, or he would die trying. Alpha Clan Headquarters. As Yugito approached the tent of the Alpha Clan's leader, she couldn't help but notice all of the shinobi milling around, trying not to shake in their shoes. It was obvious why, as she had been able to hear a yelling admonishments at the top of his lungs from across the camp. We're on the edge of the greatest war we've ever fought, and you're choosing now to fuck up all important assignments. These are essential missions. Forever. Why one of your comrades that we lose more than was projected? You are each going to write a letter to their family on how we didn't have the resources earmarked for battle because of your failure. What she could make out from coming in late, someone had messed something up, big time. It had to be, if he was the one yelling at people directly about whatever it was. As the two tails Jinchuriki. There weren't many shinobi in the world that Yugito would ever claim to be afraid of. A was definitely one of them, however. As Yugito approached and the rant continued, a massive desk suddenly tore through the top of the tent and went sailing off into the sky. Her only hope was that it landed somewhere far away from anyone else. A young woman with dark skin and light gray hair done in a bun stow. OD directly outside the tent seemed exasperated, but otherwise unaffected. Mabui, Yugito greeted, Asama seems to be in a good mood. Oh, the best, Mabui said, matching Yugito's sarcasm with a wry smirk. He just found out that we missed getting Orochimaru and we didn't capture the four tails. Yugito let out a pained, sympathetic hiss. That's two back-to-back key mission fails. She could NLY pity those in charge of the two missions being in their leader's doghouse for the foreseeable future. Yeah, Mabui said, it could be worse though. The only thing he threw was a desk. At least he didn't throw any people. This time, Yugito thought to herself, having seen for herself what A's temper could look like when he was displeased. Well, we kind of need every able body we can get right now. It's not like he can put any commanders in traction right before we invade South, she said. Speaking of which, she trailed off, pointing to the entrance A's tent. Got a briefing to get to. Mabui smiled and gave her a pat on the shoulder. Good luck. I think he's starting to run out of steam, she joked. Fingers crossed, Yugito entered the tent to find it towering over a contrite Samui and Atsui. There was a visible crack in the former's notably cool facade, while the latter looked as if the only thing keeping him from outright bolting was the knowledge that A would chase him down and punish him for it. Upon noticing Yugito, A all but pushed the other two aside. Ah, Yugito, he said, calming down significantly, punctual. Unfortunately, I received some unfortunate news on two of our operations. Atsui interjected. Only one of those things was on us," he exclaimed as Samui took a very large step away from her brother. "Darui and C were the ones who screwed up the Four Tails mission. And they'll get what you got when they get back," A said, glaring at the younger man, "unless you'd like to be a team player and take their punishment for them." "No sir," Atsui mumbled, a hangdog expression on his face. "Then shut the hell up," A boomed, "you're being reassigned regardless." Yugito looked over at her fellow blondes before addressing her leader. "To me, I presume." A nodded. "I would like you to have all the help you might need for the mission I'm sending you on. While the Senju were the biggest problem when my predecessor invaded, they had plenty of help that allowed them to weather the storm long enough to turn the tide. I will not allow that to happen again." Yugito felt that she understood what A was getting at. "Are we to deal with the Senju clan's allies first? Our plans call for us to isolate them as best we can before forcing them to the battlefield," A said. "I want to destroy all means of support that they can call upon. I want their allies to become our brethren wherever possible. And where it isn't possible, I want their allies destroyed." A wanted his forces to go around picking off the weaker satellite clans, daring the Senju to come and fight until they finally had no choice but to do so. I estimated, however, that their wariness to openly engage his army would cause them to sit back and all but ignore their allies' plight for as long as possible. In the end, that would do nothing but drain the potential strength of the Senju, making it easier and easier to fight them as the situation progressed. There were a few targets he needed to make sure they dealt with before anything else, however. One nut had the potential to be very tough to crack, but intelligence from his masked advisor had given him a window of opportunity that he was not about to pass up. I handed Yugito a scroll, and gestured with his head to Samui and Atsui. "Take these two and head to the island Turtle. There's already a force gathered there ready to carry out the assignment. You're in charge." "Yes, Asama," Yugito bowed. Samui and Atsui followed her lead before following her out of the tent, both eager to get away from their leader's wrath and get back into his good graces. Yugito opened the scroll and took a quick look at the written orders, her eyes going wide when she read what was written. Yes, she could see why this mission was important. The target of their upcoming attack had the power to make life very difficult for the backbone of their military strategy. Conversely, getting them on the side of the Alpha clan could serve to make they already formidable force nearly unstoppable. With Naruto no Kuni Hoshiwansho, the best place to find ships willing to transport shinobi overseas were always coastal commerce towns. Naruto and his friends were accustomed to paying sailors to take them wherever they needed to go when it was impossible for them to do so on foot. However, the risk usually wasn't as great as it was for this particular journey. Naruto, Shino, and Tenten wandered the town, discussing their next steps. It was paramount to get things right. Contrary to what most believed, Naruto wasn't merely all brute force. He had trained underneath his father in more than just how to fight. He knew how to think and plan, it was just that his specialty was improvisation. When forced to sit and think, he was more than capable of hammering out a whole plan. Especially when he had a committee to help. "There's a ton of ships passing through the strait between the mainland and Uzu no Kuni," Tenten said. She had taken point on asking around, trying to find ships willing to take them on. It usually didn't take much effort. A payoff and a few free extra hands on deck were always welcome on fishing boats and merchant vessels alike. It was especially easy when one of them could make as many of those extra hands as they wanted. Shino hummed in thought. "I doubt there are any willing to make a quick stop so we can sneak off for an easy infiltration." "That wouldn't work out anyway," Tenten said. "You weren't there when we went to Mizu no Kuni, Shino, but Uzu has patrols running around their island. They'd definite check any ship headed for or leaving the island." Naruto still felt sorry for the scare he and the others put Kaisa's crew through when the Uzumaki clan boarded and tried to strong-arm them. "If they find us, we're cooked before we even start. If anyone on board has mind's eye of the Kagura, we may as well walk ourselves on deck and wave. If it happened again, they wouldn't be able to get away peacefully." And they definitely wouldn't be able to go through with their mission. The entire island would be on alert before they so much as got a glimpse of the shore. We're just going to have to jump ship once we get close. Naruto said. Mind's eye of the Kagura is still going to be a bitch though, if they weren't familiar with his chakra in particular, his reserves and signature as a jinch. Uriki had to be so specific that identifying him would be child's play. Is it that common a technique with your clan? Shino asked, knowing that Kanako, according to Naruto, was showing signs of developing it for herself. Not really, Naruto replied, but since it's the best sensor jutsu we have, anyone with it always gets sentry postings. Just one of the many reasons the Uzumaki clan never gets attacked on home turf. Tenten let out a groan and hit Naruto half-heartedly on the arm. An island fortress. You just had to sneak into an island fortress. Naruto rolled his eyes and caught a punch, dragging his best friend into a side hug to get her to stop. You guys can still go back. I'll figure something out. I've already got a good way to deal with Mind's Eye of the Kagura. It just means we won't be able to water walk. So, break out the rebreathers and bone up on your swimming. We're going in the old-fashioned way. He would have considered a toad to sneak them in, but saltwater didn't. He agree with them under the best of circumstances. Fully submerging one in sea water would probably be fatal, so that was out. Seeing their dilemma, Tenten looked down, digging the toe of her shoe into the dirt road. Well, we don't necessarily have to swim to sneak in. Naruto's eyes lit up, recognizing that Tenten had something up her sleeve, likely literally. Oh really? Share with the class, please. By now, Shino had squeezed in on Tenten's other side. So, you know how I tend to tinker with stuff in my free time? Tenten asked. Shino raised an eyebrow behind his sunglasses. You mean why? Our obsession with designing and engineering ninja tools. It's not an obsession, Tenten protested, only to receive a pair of dry stares from her teammates. Okay, fine, it's better than sex to me, she admitted. Naruto laughed, PFF'd. How would you know? Ow. He jumped away when Tenten flicked his nose. Whatever. What did you make? Can we use it for this? I haven't finished working all of the bugs out yet. No offense, Shino. Shino waved off the unintentional joke and allowed Tenten to continue, but preliminary trials have all been pretty promising. You know Kuni unnamed allied shinobi village. Hitaki Kakashi was a difficult man to impress, but after being gone for over a month on an information gathering and possible assassination mission, to return and see the progress there lit. La Village was making put a smile on his face. No one could see that smile, due to the ever-present mask covering his nose and mouth, but that didn't mean it wasn't there. And he had plenty of reasons to feel that way. All over, there were businesses and residences popping up. Clans tended to build their homes clustered in their own little enclaves along the outskirts of the area as expected. Previously unaffiliated shinobi tended to set themselves up and build closer to village epicenter, mixing more with the civilian populace. It looked, sounded, and felt like things were coming together. While he didn't expect things to stay as smooth as they were, as internal conflicts would inevitably arise, at least from limited practice it proved that what they were all attempting was possible. That made all of the difficulties they had been through worth it. It made all of the hardships to come that much easier to accept ahead of time, knowing that there was a point to it all. One of the places that had recently popped up was a small medical clinic. Most clans had their own medical staff, but for formerly freelancing shinobi and civilians, they were greatly underserved when it came to proper care. It was a great need to be filled, but Yakushi Kabuto had attempted to step in as the man to do so. Kakashi wandered in to find Kabuto tending to busywork behind the front desk. As Kabuto was the only member of his own staff, it was just the two of them. Kakashi rapped on the surface of the desk to get the bespectacled man's attention. Kabuto looked up with a start. Yakushi-san. Yo, he greeted with a wave. How are things? Quote, inventory checklist in hand, Kabuto stood from his work and set the clipboard aside to converse, as well as they can be. What brings you to my humble clinic, Hitaki-san? Need any treatment? Oh no, I was just making the rounds and checking in on things, Kakashi said, it's more to get a lay of the land than anything. The village is already looking way different than it was when I left. I see you've been contributing to that. It's a lot harder trying to set up a practice than I thought it would be, Kabuto said with a smile, even with the financial assistance from Namikaze-sama. It's quite the pain to get the quality of medical supplies I'm used to here. I'll bet it's far easier to get what you need when you work for the Fire Daimyo, Kakashi commented. You said it, not me. Kabuto chuckled. I'm just glad to have something else to do that keeps me away from the battlefield though. Shinobi work never really agreed with me. Kakashi let out an intrigued hum. It's odd that you volunteered for it then. I'm sorry, Kabuto replied. Kakashi explained his meaning with a casual wave of the hand. Oh, it's just, the trip you went on with Naruto and Tenten. That was supposed to be a spur-of-the-moment thing. Naruto meant to leave before his parents could find out and stop him. There wasn't time to get a real team together, so it makes me wonder how you wound up asking Tenten if you could go. I just asked if there was anything else I could do to help people who saved my life. Something to actually earn my keep around here, Kabuto explained. A frown coming to his face. Synthesizing the vaccine for the 5 elements virus didn't seem like enough of a trade-off for all the help they gave me after the trouble with the Guardian Ninja. I'd argue it was though. Kakashi insisted. That vaccine could save lives in the future. It definitely did save Naruto already. Kabuto shrugged. Either way, that was how I wound up along for the ride through Mizu. I guess I just caught them at the right time. Kakashi processed the answer before letting the topic lie. How was that trip, by the way? I'm only asking because I had a run-in with Conan on my mission. He noticed Kabuto recognized the name. She taunted me about attacking my cute little students. It left me a bit testy. Kabuto shivered at the sum of the memories that passed through his head. The whole trip was somehow even more terrifying than I thought it would be. It isn't every day you watch your benefactor fight against the Rinnegan. But none of us died. And I didn't have to heal Naruto or Tenten nearly as much as I thought I would, so that was a plus. Kakashi stood back from the counter and bowed. In any case, I appreciate you looking out for them. I know it was probably a bit much. At that, Kabuto brightened. I was happy to be of use. But, I don't think I'll be throwing my hat in the ring to go with them on any other adventures. A completely understandable outlook from Kakashi's view. The particular brand of insanity that followed Naruto wasn't for everyone. That's probably not the worst idea, especially when I'm sure you'll have plenty to keep your hands full here. He turned to leave, throwing a farewell wave over his shoulder. Take care, Yakushi-san. You as well, Hataki-san. Hands shoved into his pockets, Kakashi sauntered out of the clinic and down the street. After several blocks of nonchalant walking and making sure he wasn't being watched or followed, he let out a short, sharp whistle. A small, blue blur darted down from the rooftops and landed on his back. Kakashi looked over to see a small brown pug clad in a blue vest poking its head over his shoulder. I wasn't able to sniff out anything suspicious on my end. The small dog said in a gruff voice. It's fine. Thanks, Pakun, Kakashi said. I didn't really expect to find anything here anyway, even if he actually is a spy. That Kakashi's summoned ninja hound, even the one with the best nose, couldn't find anything. It still didn't mean that Kabuto was clear of suspicion. There was almost no chance any half-decent spy would keep anything incriminating in a potentially high-traffic area like a medical clinic in the middle of a steadily growing village. Kabuto was still a suspect, and Kakashi would keep a close eye on him even as he continued to investigate. Training and leisure were often intertwined for Tayuya. Her primary method of fighting was through her music. Her voice and her instruments were mediums for her ninjutsu and genjutsu. To her, training was playing the music she had developed that activated her techniques. Advancement was experimenting and putting together melodies and discovering the new reactions they caused. She loved playing music. So other than the chakra cost and physical toll, she would hardly consider it a burden. The problem had always been that Mizu no Kuni was such a violent, stinking, tumultuous mess. It was difficult to find any time to safely play without the possibility of catching a kunai in the brain stem. She had spent much of her life alone, with no one to look out for her invulnerable moments. That extended to her training. Even when she performed at taverns, brothels, and the like, it was rarely safe and she was always on edge, never able to actually enjoy what she was doing due to the need to look over her shoulder. In the short time Tayuya had been a resident, she would easily say it had been the most relaxed she could ever remember being. She could go out on a sunny day, find a pleasant place to post up, and simply play. On this day, she chose to do so in the heart of the village. People seemed to like her music, to the point where passers-by would tip her free money just for taking the time to train. She would take it. Tayuya was comfortable, and that was a problem. Comfort made you complacent. Complacency dulled your edge. A dulled edge increased the likelihood of death at any given moment. And that thought left Tayuya feeling irritable. This place is too chill, Tayuya said to herself, setting her flute to the side on the rooftop where she had been sitting. Where can fucking feel myself getting soft? She had only been there a short time. It was a real adjustment for her, and a tough one at that. Hey there. Hearing a somewhat familiar voice speaking to her, Tayuya looked down from her flute and saw Kushina standing below, holding bags of groceries in her arms. How's it going, Mama Red? Something you need? That's what I was going to ask, Kushina said. Naruto left me a note asking me to check in on you, make sure you were settling in okay. Fucking golden boy, Tayuya muttered to herself, he didn't have to do that. You don't have to bother. It's no trouble at all. Kushina insisted, leaping up to join her. It's kind of my job to help with that sort of thing. You're not the only one who's still getting used to all of this. Mind if I sit? As much as Tayuya wanted to be antisocial and push Kushina away, she figured it wouldn't serve her very well to get on the bad side of the leader's wife. Knock yourself out. Kushina set her Oseries aside and got comfortable on the same ledge as Tayuya. It feels weird, doesn't it? She asked, pointing to the passing crowd. How many shinobi do you think have come through here today? Tayuya wasn't much for people watching. It was something she'd had to learn, if only to watch out for herself. I've only been here for like an hour, but hundreds. Kushina nodded. There are nearly 2,000 shinobi beginning to make their homes here, split between several clans and freelancers, she said, sounding proud of the accomplishment. Before this, they would be just as likely to meet each other as enemies on the battlefield as pass one another on the way to get lunch in a place like this. It's going to take a lot to get them to come together and trust each other. Hell, it'll be a big victory just to get everyone comfortable with living this close together. Sounds rough, Tayuya said. She wasn't in much of a position to commiserate. While she could recognize how monumental the task befalling Namikaze Minato and his allies was, the concept of state building was beyond her. She was a simple kunoichi with simple desires and everyday concerns. I'm just saying, I get you're feeling uneasy. And you're not alone in feeling that way, Kushina said. You don't have to be alone in adjusting either. Kushina didn't necessarily want to leave her alone either. Kakashi's talk of a spy amongst their ranks had her thinking. There was a better chance that it was a recent arrival than anyone that had been with them for some time. Tayuya was the newest, and she seemed to have Naruto's eye. What better target for a spy to ingratiate oneself than through an emotionally vulnerable teenager close to the leader, with the power to defend them if things went bad? It wasn't in Kushina's nature to think the worst of people, especially people her son liked. Nor did she believe that Naruto was a terrible judge of character. But that didn't matter when it came to spies. It would have been sheer negligence not to vet Tayuya properly. Much like Kushina told Tayuya, these sorts of things were her job. So, how did you and Naruto meet? Kushina asked, pleasantly making conversation. I don't exactly have the full story. Tayuya shrugged. Golden Boy offered me a gig guiding him through Mizu. Once that was over and he'd pissed off the powers that be over there too much to leave me alone there. He offered me a chance to come here and check this place out. Chiyuya had no doubt that as interested as she was in seeing more of the world, if she'd gotten cold feet and remained in Mizu no Kuni, Tsurumi Mei and the Sagyo-ki people she belonged to would have killed her or worse within a week of him leaving. It wasn't like leaving necessarily saved them. There was always a chance that they followed them to the mainland and were just biding their time to strike. Kushina let out an exasperated sigh. Yeah, that sounds about right, she said, shaking her head, yet smiling fondly. Why the big interest? Chiyuya asked, feeling her hackles raise at being questioned out of the blue. Is this how you treat all of Golden Boy's new friends? No, just the ones who end up sitting on his face, Kushina chirped brightly. The bluntness of the response eliciting a shocked, open-mouthed expression from the vulgar musician. So, that would be only you, as far as I know, at least. It was a raret. Why for Chiyuya to find herself at a loss for words. That Naruto's own mother was willing to speak so directly about her son's sex life left her momentarily speechless. Eventually, she found her audacity again. Oh yeah. Well, what's it to you? Kushina simply smiled in a challenging manner and stood. Chiyuya, despite measuring 6 inches shorter, rose to meet her, going chest to chest, unflinchingly. What are your intentions with my baby? Quote. Chiyuya scoffed. Why do I have to have any fucking intentions? Why can't we just be having a little fun? She asked, before attempting to needle her. And trust me, he ain't no baby, lady. He'll never not be my baby, Kushina declared, her expression turning more grave, and I don't want him getting tangled up with some girl who only sees him as a means to an end. Chiyuya grit her teeth and tightened her fists as her anger mounted. She wasn't certain how much trouble she would get into from fighting the leader's wife, but she was moments away from telling Kushina to pick an open space where they could face off properly. What end? Huh, what are you trying to say? You think I need any goddamn thing from him? From you? Kushina shook her head. You don't have to need anything, Chiyuya. What do you want? Chiyuya tried and failed to hold back a wince. She remembered a conversation with Naruto a few nights ago where he asked a question worded differently, but evoking the same feelings from her when she thought on it. I don't know what I want out of whatever the hell I have going on with Golden Boy, Chiyuya said. I don't even know what to call it. Girlfriend? Maybe. Kushina offered sardonically. Just a suggestion if we're spitballing labels here. Kushina expected immediate pushback after her snarky remark. That was why it was so befuddling when, of all things, Chiyuya seemed to back down. I'm not fucking good enough for that. Kushina recoiled in confusion. What do you mean? All the tension and aggression dissipated from Chiyuya's posture. I don't just call your kid Golden Boy because of his hair. He's crazy talented, and he's a bright fucking soul, she said. He might be the kindest person I've ever met who wasn't just being nice because they were a pussy. She then made an unremarkable gesture to herself. And then there's me. What about you? Kushina asked, dreading the answer. Chiyuya slowly removed the straw hat that had been covering her long, untamed, dark pink hair and looked up at Kushina solemnly. Look at me. Listen to me. I ain't exactly a catch, she said, knowing Kushina had to have seen enough of her to have formed an opinion. What kind of person like Golden Boy would want me when they've got the kind of pics that he's gonna have? And he will have them. Her tone was fully assured. When THE Village finally got up and running properly and became a success, Minato would receive massive amounts of credit and goodwill as the man who spearheaded it all. That would trickle down to others, including Naruto. As the son of a powerful visionary, even his status as a Jinchuriki wouldn't be enough to dissuade women attracted to strength and influence from giving him a look. And once they got a look, a good look, they would see exactly what everyone else reasonably close to Naruto saw. They would be beautiful women, tall and elegant, not short and unrefined like Chiyuya was. Women who were gentle, kind, and articulate. Not vicious, angry, profane harpies like Chiyuya was. Women who came from respected families or clans, not gutter rats sold into servitude and forced into an occupation she despised just to survive. Women who had plenty of resources and support, who had more going for them than whatever meager belongings they could cram into a rusty houseboat, the way Tayuya did. Men, who didn't carry scars inside and out the way Tayuya did. There was already at least one Tayuya knew of that blew her out of the water in all categories. The Hyuga girl. The instant that timid little thing grew enough backbone to make a move on Naruto, Tayuya had no doubt she would have him wrapped around her finger, and she wouldn't have to sleep with him first to get his attention. Meanwhile, Tayuya doubted she was proper relationship material for any decent person, let alone someone like Naruto. If I were you, I wouldn't want him rolling in the hay with me either, Tayuya said, a sad smile coming to her lips. He probably won't for much longer, so you shouldn't worry. But you asked me what I want. I don't have any long-term plans or anything. I kind of just want to ride this whole thing out for as long as it lasts. That was what life had been for Tayuya up until then anyway, ride out the good times, as fleeting as they were, for as long as they lasted. Endure the bad times when they inevitably came and lingered. Just survive. Still, a tight feeling formed in Tayuya's chest, one that she had grown extremely accustomed to pushing down and ignoring over the course of her life. Eyes cast downward, she missed it completely when Kushina swept forward and pulled her into her arms. The next thing she knew, her head rested gently against Kushina's chest. "Oh, honey," Kushina whispered. The unfamiliar warmth and comfort of the gesture was almost enough to bring forth tears that Tayuya never allowed herself to shed. She had to shut her eyes to keep them in. Tayuya imagined that a mother like Kushina often embraced her children similarly whenever they were troubled. It was an envious thought. That envy kept her from reacting caustically once she realized what was happening. Tayuya didn't move, not to push away, nor to pull deeper. She just allowed it to happen. She could have this, she reasoned. Even if it was only for a few moments, she could be selfish and indulge in such a thing just once. With Naruto Kuni secluded cove outside of Hoshiwancho, Tenten was brilliant, for as self-conscious as she could be about her skills as a kunoichi in combat when paired to the monstrous individuals like Naruto, Fu, Kakashi, or Minato who surrounded her, no one's brain worked quite like hers when it came to weaponry or ninja tools. She saw things in a way no one else could interact with a mere pile of scraps and find the divine inspiration to create. Anyone who knew her and saw what she got up to when she was relaxing between missions could recognize her true talent. Just seeing how unique and diverse her array of armaments and accoutrements was, and realizing that she created most of them herself was enough to illustrate this. There were countless times Naruto saw her sketching out some ungodly idea, then later making more refined blueprints of the same thing, before finally bringing it to life on the battlefield. She routinely did this for fun. It was fulfilling for her. Relaxing, even. That was to say nothing of her numerous ideas that never saw the light of day. Away from prying eyes, in fairly shallow water, Tenten proudly pulled out a storage scroll and held it up for her friends to see. "When I knew we were crossing the sea, I made sure to pack this. I didn't think I'd get to use it, but here we are." Naruto and Shino sat in the sand. The former restless in anticipation. "I don't know about Shino, but I'm excited. Go ahead and rock my world." Unfurling the parchment and adding blood and chakra, a large puff of smoke concealed Tenten's creation for a moment. As the smoke blew away, it revealed a large metal tube, roughly 90 feet long, 20 feet wide. With fins, propellers, and windows, it reminded them of a metal fish. Tenten was all smiles as she gestured to the vessel proudly, Naruto and Shino were dead silent at first, trying to make heads or tails of what they were looking at. A meeting of the eyes and a pair of shrugs revealed neither had made any headway in that regard. Eventually, Naruto spoke up. "Tenten, what the fuck are we looking at here?" The bun-haired kunoichi visibly deflated upon realizing her friend's confusion. "My prototype submarine." For the second time, silence, as Naruto and Shino tried to put together what that meant without being told. Once again, they gave up. "Yeah. Because that explains what it is and all. I mean, it's kind of in the name. Dingus, Tenten groused. Sub, means under, marine, means sea. Under the sea. It's a vehicle meant to travel underwater. Insults aside, Naruto had to admit, the idea sounded cool and had no shortage of stealth potential. How far under the surface? I don't know. Well, how long can we stay under? I don't know, Tenten answered twice. Only to be met with an annoyed look from Naruto. Don't look at me like that. I said I hadn't finished testing it yet. It's not like we're by deep bodies of water often enough for me to put it through any real paces. Quote, so, it might not work, Shino pointed out, now walking around the vehicle and looking it over. This would essentially be a field test. It definitely works, Tenten said with a haughty sniff. I just wouldn't try to take it all the way from here to Uzu no Kuni yet. We should still probably hitch a ride on a ship, then deploy this right outside of the patrol zone. But it'll still beat swimming all that way to shore. Rebreathers and oxygen tanks would only take them so far, and they would only be good one way. They wouldn't be able to procure refills once they were on the island. With Tenten's submarine though, they could get in and out of the danger zone without having to waste all of their energy swimming underwater to avoid being seen. What are the chances this thing kills us? Naruto asked. Tenten took a moment to think of her honest assessment, on a scale of 1 to 10. I would say 6. A 60% chance of dying what they presumed would be a horrible, waterlogged death. Far away from home with none of their loved ones having the slightest idea of what had happened to them. It was up to Naruto to make a call on how they would proceed. All right, I say we run it then, Naruto said. To Tenten's surprise, Naruto simply smiled reassuringly at her. The stuff you make usually works way better than you give it credit for. If you say the danger is 6, it's probably actually a 3 or 4 or something. After many years together, Naruto had full faith in anything Tenten built. If she bothered to bring it to his attention, it was because she had worked hard on it and believed it would make a difference for them. She wasn't some mad scientist eager to put her curiosities to the test, no matter the consequence. Inventing was a labor of love for her. She made things because they interested her and because she wanted to make the life dangerous lives her loved ones lived easier in whatever way she could. Come on, Tenten smiled beautifully. Beck, awning her 2 friends for a tour of the submarine. Let me show you guys how it works. The end. Thanks for watching. Subscribe our channel for more.